We left an impression.
So you got onto Frozen Sisters and found out that the governor's daughter was being held in a light cruiser kind of in orbit around the station, being supported by multiple frigates. However, one of those frigates was a money-grubbing mercenary who was more than happy to switch sides because, frankly, you easily outbid the kidnappers because rogue trader.
Yep.
You then originally had the plan of having the cruiser jump in to basically sandwich the bad guys between your new, now friendly, frigate and your cruiser. You then detonated the reactor of Frozen Sisters, escaped on the bad guy's gun cutter, which I totally knew you guys were going to jack as soon as I wrote that area, and rendezvoused with the frigate. At which point, nothing showed up. So the kidnappers actually got away into the warp. But your new friend on the frigate managed to call in some favors due to the sheer amount of money you were paying, and got the governor's daughter transferred to his ship, and then promptly killed the people that he was working with. But that's such as mercenaries. You returned the governor's daughter to Damaris and got quite a few thank yous from the governor, and he is now firmly in your debt for returning his daughter to him, only to get a message from Footfall that they had something of yours. You then hopped a transport up to Footfall, only to find what was left of your cruiser. I say what was left because there wasn't much left of your cruiser. There was no one on board, it was torn to shreds, and looked like it had been through a fight with about a half dozen massive demons.
Actually, in worse shape than when we initially found it.
Yes, actually.
Ow.
Including things like the forward lance battery being ripped completely off. But luckily, through the Emperor's protection, I'm sure, Deck 31 was completely pristine and untouched. You then met with the Court of the Stars, who is a group of rogue traders who have found their fortune in the Cronus Expanse and now serve as a kind of shadow government behind the scenes. You met all of them except Nara's predecessor, who is also a member of it, but no one's seen him in a long time, and Winterscale because he's a douchebag and no one likes him. You then called in some favors and got them to loan you a frigate until they could fix your cruiser for you, because they said, frankly, this is going to take a while to put that thing back together again. We ended with you going to check out your new frigate, finding out it's quite upgraded, but has no crew. And that is where we left off, with you guys still about to go crew your ship, and also then decide where the hell you want to go next.
So, I guess I will roll for some crew.
Before you roll for it, are you going for better crew this time?
It depends. What's my modifiers? For Footfall.
Well, Footfall is a standard large world, so... Ryan, you're the one that's done this before. How does the rolling for a crew work?
I believe a normal quality crew is considered common. And basically you just make the roll as an acquisition modifier. You are not picking up a single crew member, so you do not get singular bonus.
Okay. If I wanted to step up from normal crew.
Just like stepping up a weapon, it subtracts from your roll.
Well, how much is what I'm asking?
Well, it depends on what quality you're going for. If you're going for, good quality, then it's minus 10.
Yeah, I believe it's every plus 10. I believe it's every plus 10 you add to your crew's rating, you subtract 10% from your roll.
Yeah, but the max you can get up to is a 50 on your crew because that's best quality crew.
Yeah.
That's
Unless you run into a situation where you can get better people than that. Because the game does say there are better people available, they're just not naturally available. So
Yes.
you start as 30 crew, and then you can go up. You can subtract up to -20 to add plus 20.
Yes, but keep in mind these crew will not transfer over to our other ship.
Yes, but we're gonna be in this ship for a while.
Yes.
A
So
long while.
for a common here would be a plus 30% roll.
Okay, so I'm gonna try the one step up, so I'll end up with 40 plus 40 on the, or 40 stats on the crew instead of 30.
Okay, so that means you're at plus 20%.
I rolled a 14.
So congratulations, you have 40 crew. So your ship is now crewed, and you have 40 skill rating on all of them. Which means your crew has a slightly less chance of sucking at everything you ask them to do.
That's good.
In theory, not failing to navigate the warp by 9 degrees.
Yeah, it'd only be 8.
And you also have the ability to look for specific crew members as well. That is something the book talks about. You can, like, let's say, try to find a better navigator, try to find a better pilot, as a separate acquisition roll, just to find one really good guy, basically.
And what would be the modifiers for that?
You still do not get the for one. Yes, you're looking for one guy, but it's because of things. You can't actually use the plus 30 roll. But you can actually go up to a plus 80 skill. Assuming you can find one. So, like, your navigator could go to the Navigators Guild and try to find a really good navigator if you thought you needed one. You could go to the local spaceport and see if you could find a pilot that's really good. Things of that nature.
Okay.
Should we try to roll for a pilot then?
That's what I was thinking.
So you did the crew acquisition, so you'll be at -10.
I rolled a 49. Not gonna happen.
Well, and you didn't say what you were looking for anyway.
To be fair, no matter what I was looking for, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but you hadn't said, like, what skill you were looking for. So, alright, so you still have just the standard pilot that you found with your crew.
Wait, didn't we have our Trevor's X character as our pilot on the short shuttle?
He's no.
Trevor was on the
No,
cruiser
we-
because you wanted to compensate in case the navigator fucked up.
Right.
So that guy's dead. Or worse.
Maybe. Probably.
Or worse.
Or worse.
Notice I said maybe, then probably, or worse.
Yeah, you don't have Trevor's NPC anymore. He was on the other ship. All right, so you have a 40 skill rating crew. Your frigate is stocked with provisions. It's fueled up. It is ready if you got for whatever you guys would like to do with it. However, as you guys are crewing this up, because that's going to take you a good week to find enough people to crew a frigate. Even at a place like Footfall, where there's going to be a lot of spacers that want to get a job, it's still going to take a good week to get that many of them together. You actually get a message from basically the shipyard here, for lack of a better term. I use shipyard loosely. It's kind of the dip in the asteroid that they shove ships into when they need to do heavy repairs. It's the one yours is in.
Okay.
So you receive a transmission from them, basically. Says, for lack of a better term, we were cleaning out the bits of crew left in your ship.
Okay.
There's not enough bits.
What do you mean?
I mean, the amount of like bodies and gore in here does not account for the crew of a cruiser. You're missing a significant amount in the higher decks.
Interesting.
Just thought you might like to know that they're not accounted for here.
Alrighty, well, thank you for the information.
Says, no problem. We'll get back to cleaning it out so that we can repair it. And you hear as he turns the comm off, them start to turn hoses on again.
Thank the Emperor I'm not swamping that thing out. Ugh.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. I wonder what happened to the rest of the crew that's missing.
Well, you could simply assume that they escaped, or, well, no, rephrasing. Could assume that they just got hauled off somewhere else, or maybe they escaped.
Maybe.
Or got shunted off into the warp? No? Didn't think so.
All right. Any ideas where we're going to be going?
Well,
Had we put any thought to it last time? I
No.
don't remember.
Nope. You guys had not yet started discussing your next endeavor last time.
we were kind of a little busy. And then our ship got blown up, and then we were not happy about that.
So no, you had not yet discussed what you wanted to do next.
And I don't even think my character has the knowledge of what our potential endeavors are.
Well, you're part of the command crew now, so you probably have access to this map, which I'm guessing you guys have probably in character been writing your notes down on it about like this to keep track of everything.
On the copy, yes.
Obviously not the original, but yeah. So you would have access to what you're seeing in front of you, Trevor.
Okay.
I would have brought you up to date.
Okay. It's just one of those things that we kind of glossed over because I skated them for the last hour of the session.
All right, so you've been brought up to speed. You know what you know out of character.
Right. Well, I will bring up the map instead of finger at continent. Oceans made of gold. I'd be a liar if I didn't. I'd be a liar if I said I wasn't interested. I mean, it's possible that it's literal oceans on some kind of highly hot world. Yes, that would be difficult to scoop up. But hey, someone else can do that. They have the equipment.
The only flaw with over there is we don't have very many warp coordinates, and then we have the processional of the damned over there, and if we fly anywhere near it, it's going to try to pull us out of warp.
Is that so?
We
Oh,
may be able to bounce from Frozen Sisters out to Concade, which wouldn't be too bad.
Which
'Cause
makes
I
me
don't-
wonder.
So correct me if I'm wrong. This big purple splotch here is not actually like a warp anything. It's
Just the Unbeholden Reaches. No, that's just a background. It's just like Accursed Demises, Heathen Stars.
okay. I didn't think so.
As long as that's not the actual seventh sea, we're good.
Only the Cauldron and the God Emperor's Scourge are actually warp storms, and then Rifts of Hecaton, and of course the Passage. But other than that, the rest of it's just pretty.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Which makes me wonder what happened to Orn.
It's forbidden.
Yeah, it's a forbidden world, not a death world.
I know it's not a death world. It's assuming dead. Oh,
Yeah, Forbidden Worlds are just worlds the Imperium has said you really shouldn't go to under penalty of fuck you. Keep in mind, guys, rogue traders are exempt from that. In
Yes.
Imperial law, rogue traders are exempt from Forbidden Worlds. It's for everyone else you're forbidden to go there.
And then, by the way, what you're thinking of, Trevor, is out of character. You're thinking of worlds like Foulstone here. Those are the dead worlds. Basically, the ones with the X's are forbidden worlds. The ones that are hollow in the middle are the dead worlds.
yep. I had to blow up my map.
So yeah, maybe we could chart a course to Orn and check out what's there. And then hop over to Goncaddis. We were also going to check out those weird little... Remember we had heard the rumor of the flashing light things up here that seemed to be related to those drones we found in Aubrey's Anvil, or whatever the fuck they were.
I'd be interested in checking that out.
Well, I was up here at Jizol, and it should be a fairly easy one to get to.
Yeah, you don't have the warp coordinates to Jerizol, but but it is close.
Yes.
And I figure maybe if we don't find anything in Jerusalem, we can kind of drop back 10 yards and maybe go find some more money.
So, to Jerizol it is.
I was actually thinking that I might throw an acquisitions roll or two before we head out.
Okay,
Yeah,
you guys are at a world that has markets, so go ahead and acquire away.
The problem is trying to find it on the fly. Needle gun specifically.
Let me look at my magic thing here. My Excel spreadsheet.
I mean, if not a needle gun, then some kind of actual long range gun that isn't just a long las.
There's actually a needle rifle that is a long range needle gun, basically.
Go on.
It is very rare. It has the accurate quality. It can hit out to 720 meters, and
What?
it's still got the toxic.
I want it.
You can fire basic weapons, right?
Needle's exotic.
Yeah, needle gun is an exotic weapon.
Oh,
So you gotta train in it.
all right. Yeah, I only have weapon training, pistol, and melee, obviously, and basic universal.
So there is a sniper rifle, absolution pattern. That's a basic weapon that hits out to 880 meters. It's also got minus 20% awareness to detect because it's silenced.
I like this too.
That's only rare.
And you can get it with toxic rounds and get your toxic in there.
Yes.
That's sexy.
So that's
I-
a basic weapon. You absolutely have the skill to use that gun.
Okay. What book is that in? Do you know?
It is in Into the Storm. It specifically is Into the Storm, page 111. Because my Excel spreadsheet is awesome.
Yes,
Okay.
please appreciate it.
Nice.
So, looking at the availability, population, and time chart, there is one thing I need to check. Is footfall like 10 million plus on that? Or
No, footfall is not that many.
how many is it? Do you mind if I ask?
Footfall is between. Footfall is in the category, basically right below it. It's at less than 10 million, but greater than 1 million.
Okay.
It's not over 10 million, but it is in the next category down.
Okay. Because I need to make sure I'm going to be able to get what I want in the time I have. In that case, I'm going to see if I can find a motion predictor and a red dot sight, because fuck it, I want a decent weapon. I would go for the Omniscope, but that's near unique, so I would not be able to get it in time in all likelihood. Should give me a total modifier of 34 is what I'm rolling against. And that is a 10.
Congratulations. So I have to figure out, so what's the rarity?
The rarity on the most rare of the two is extremely rare, which is 1 week.
Yeah, so I don't have to even roll that. So yes, so and what did you roll?
I rolled a 10 against a 34.
He says he can get it to you in 3 days.
Excellent.
Because you beat it by 2 degrees of success. So I will subtract some time from the amount of time it takes to find. You find somebody who has one a little quicker.
Okay, that seems like a good way to do degrees of success.
Okay, Tyrion, you said what page was it on? 111?
111 into the storm. That's the actual page 111, not the PDF page 111.
So look in the bottom corner to make sure you're on the right page.
Aha! And you said that is the...
Absolution pattern sniper rifle is what I thought you'd like.
I don't get basic weapon training until freaking rank 4.
You're a freaking bolt pistol with more mods on it than anyone knows what the hell to do with.
To be fair, I'm not far behind.
No, yeah. So Ryan, I have a question.
I have an answer.
Do you think Chris would be trying to roll an acquisitions roll to try to get another plasma cannon? Because his blew up.
I think this is a fair assumption.
So Ryan, give me an acquisition roll on his behalf. So no negatives from you. An acquisition roll on his behalf to try to get a plasma cannon.
I rolled an 8.
All right. So he finds a plasma cannon to replace his.
I believe they are extremely rare, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
They are actually
first.
they're near unique.
Okay, so he would be rolling against a 29, so that's 2 degrees of success.
And it would normally take, so he can get it in 3 weeks.
Okay.
Because he actually rolled at 5 weeks, but 2 degrees of success, I'll knock a couple weeks off. It's still going to take 3 weeks, though, for them to get a plasma cannon here.
So he'll probably have it when we get back, but not now.
Yes.
Still, not bad.
So, Trevor, you're up with your acquisition.
Okay, I'm actually trying to find toxic rounds, and I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. Is toxic a generic term? Or
Toxic round.
Toxic Shot is the name of it.
Thank you.
It is Into the Storm page 128. Toxic Shot.
By the way, anybody that wants the Excel cheat sheet, it is in Discord and Bookshare, I think.
Thank you.
I figured it might make it easier because it's nice because it condenses everything.
Right, otherwise there's a lot of acquisitions to just find, and not all on the same page.
Yep, right above Noah's picture is the Rogue Trader combined spreadsheets that I use. But yes, it's Toxic Shot. Any solid projectile weapon, scarce, toxic. On a jam, 1d5 damage to the wielder, no reductions.
Ow.
Yeah, but that's on a jam, and that's 96 and up on a regular weapon. If you get a good quality weapon, you roll a d10. If it's not a 10, it's not a jam.
Okay. And yeah, that would be all I need because the stats on that are pretty good, as opposed to going for a best quality one and probably not getting the damn gun in the first place.
So you want a good quality sniper rifle with toxic rounds is what you're looking for?
Yes. Oh, this just says toxic special quality. I don't.
Alright, so
It's-
adding things together, Ryan.
The most rare minus an additional 5%. It only works if the two items can conceivably come as a package.
And they can. So
Yeah.
So it's the weapon is the rarest part of it then. It's a rare weapon. So then good quality is another minus 10% and then minus 5% to add the combination, right? If I'm doing this right. So it's a rare weapon, so that's nothing. So you're sitting at, but you're getting 1, so minus 15%. So you're at plus 15% to get this thing.
Okay.
44.
Really? Well, I mean, I guess I'll take a 2. Not that it was necessary, but I have it.
Rolling so many degrees of success means you're going to bypass the amount of time it would take to get this damn thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
So actually, you find a guy that has it in stock today, and he just sells it to you.
He unravels his trench coat. What are you buying? That.
Yeah. So
Pretty
he actually, you find one that has one in stock today, and can sell it to you. So you have your sniper rifle, and it's toxic rounds, and it's good quality.
I have one thing to say about that. Mine?
Yeah, that'll be pretty nice.
Right.
All right. So, Jer, are you going to do any acquisition rolls?
Not right now, I don't think.
Okay. So you guys are good to go. So, as for the flight to Jerizal, Ryan, you could get there from footfall, but you'd be skirting the edge of the storm. It would be safer to go through Lucian's Breath, but it's a short jump, so it's probably not that dangerous to try to go directly to Jerizal.
And we're definitely only skirting the edge.
Yeah, you're not touching the storm. You're passing a little bit close to the big warp storms.
I'm feeling pretty fancy. I'm willing to take the one jump.
Oh God.
All right, well, let's get it started.
All
Give
right.
me an
So
estimate on time.
that is a pass with a degree of success.
All right, so the warp storms are against you at the moment. It's probably going to take about a week and a half to get to Jerizal from here.
Okay.
Is that including the halving, or is that actually when we're traveling?
Well, he hasn't halved it yet. That was just to find out how long.
That's how long it would normally take a ship to travel at normal warp speed.
Yeah, basically
okay.
he gazed into the warp, and what he saw was that the currents are currently against him, so it's going to take a normal ship about a week and a half to make the jump to Jerizal.
Honestly, that first roll's pretty fucking useless.
So now
Locating-
comes finding the Astronomicon as you jump into the warp.
All right. So, what kind of does the ship itself give any sort of bonuses on this?
Plus, you get plus 20 to all navigation tests.
Okay, that's sexy, but it's not. This isn't a navigation.
Yeah, so you
So,
don't get
no.
the help with finding the Astronomicon, only navigation tests.
Is it bad that I have the page for this stuff memorized?
No, it's about right time. We've had 5 sessions. This is the 6th session.
So yeah, that's what the Runecaster does. Is it just helps you navigate, but since it's Eldar, it doesn't help finding the Astronomicon because they don't find the Astronomicon.
Okay, still a degree of success.
Okay, so you're getting a lot of interference from the warp storm, but you can just make out the Astronomicon.
Okay, so is that no bonus then?
It's
Or normal bonus?
were you taking into consideration the -10 you're getting because you're flying to a place you don't have the coordinates for?
No, I was not, but I thought that was just the navigation. I wasn't aware that was the finding the Astronomicon.
It's for all these tests, so.
Really? Okay.
No, I've ruled it before. So I just looked at my homebrew sheet. I ruled it before that it's not on the Astronomicon test. So
Okay.
I'm going to stay consistent. It's not on the Astronomicon test. It's on all the others.
Yeah, I was about to say all the other ones absolutely make sense, but finding the Astronomicon?
And that's what I ruled before. It's on my sheet of rules here. So that I'm going to stay consistent and it will not count here. So you're at a -10 then.
With
Wait,
the
no, that's just the degree of success gives you -10.
plus 10.
Plus 10, yes, sorry.
Okay.
So, charting the course.
Oh my god.
So charting the course, you've got +10, +20%, so you're at +30, +10, so you're at +40, -10 for not knowing where you're going, you're at +30, and minus another 10 for charting the edge of the storm, so you're at +20.
Okay, so I am rolling against an 82. That is a 57, so that is 2 degrees of success.
Alright, so you successfully steered the vessel, so now we get to do some encounters.
And it should only be one encounter, right?
Yes.
Because you said week and a half divided by 2.
Yep, you are only getting one encounter. You negated enough of the speed.
That's charting the course. That's not steering the vessel. Now that I realize it.
Oh, right. So you charted the course well, so now you have to steer the vessel.
So this one's only at a 72. Yeah, we're fake pointing that one. Well, I rolled a 79.
Yeah, the 9 is the problem.
Yeah, if it was just the 78, wouldn't have cared. Whatever. Okay, so instead of a 79, I rolled a 31 against a 72, so 4 degrees of success.
Nice.
Alright, so you will get one warp encounter, and you do get the, what is it, +10 due to the fact that you succeeded in charting the course? +20. But I only roll once, so...
Oh shit, I get another 20 to that for the... Fuck. No, I did take that into account. Never mind, go ahead. I thought I forgot about the Runecaster, but I did not. I did it right.
Yeah, you're good.
Alright, so... You guys are flying to Jerizal, Ryan, in your egg, especially with the Runecaster, you know that you're making great time. Like, you've used the Runecaster to basically chart around the roughest parts of the storm. For everyone that's not in Ryan's egg, and therefore not perceiving the warp moving around them, a month passes. 2 months seem to pass. 3 months seem to pass.
Good God.
You're not getting any more hungry. It's weird. It's like time is slowed down for you guys. Everybody give me that's not Ryan, give me a willpower check.
Right. Time for me to take on a new hobby, I guess.
Modifiers,
One
just straight.
including
Just standard willpower. It just seems like the world's moving slow around you.
fail by 3 degrees.
Alright, no, you failed. You succeeded, but you didn't get any degrees. You're fine. Jarek, give me a roll.
4 degrees of success.
Jared's fine. Trevor, congratulations. You get to take a point of insanity. Yay! As you start going a little stir crazy at the fact the whole world seems to be moving in slow motion.
By the way, that was negative 0.8 degrees.
Yes, but you didn't actually get a degree of failure.
Okay. Just making sure.
You needed to get at least 1 degree of failure in order to get the insanity point from this. So, Ryan, from your point of view, everything seems to be going fantastically. It only takes about 2 days in the warp, and then your chair is all ready to come out.
All right.
So pop out at Jerizal.
So I am at flat skill. That is a pass with a degree of success.
All right, so you slayed the ship right out of the warp, right at the edge of the Jerizal system.
Pretty.
So the Jerizal system is 5 planets with a standard yellow star in the center. The only world that seems to be having of an atmosphere is Jerizal 3. Would you like, not Steve, but would you like Steve's replacement to try to run an augury scan?
Is his name also Steve?
No, his name is Steven. Trevor is correct.
Can we forcibly change his name to Steve?
Oh, you're the captain and the command crew of the ship. His name is whatever the fuck you want to call him.
Yeah.
No, because he legally changed it to Steven from Steve, despite his parents.
So, would you like
Yes,
him to
please.
run an augury scan?
Yes, please.
Are you telling him to do good?
Do good.
He does really good. That's 5 degrees of success on the scan.
Nice.
Wow.
40 crew, plus you get a bonus from your sensors, plus the plus 10. Yeah, there's a lot of pluses he's getting to this scan. All right, let me look up our lovely world here. So he says the scans aren't making much sense to him. He's picking up some wreckage, although he can't detect much from this distance. I mean, you guys are at the edge of the system still. But the planet itself, the scans are being weird. He's not detecting any kind of, like, higher molecules.
Okay.
There's no complex molecules showing up on the scans at all. And the entire surface looks like it's just been blasted by something.
Aw. So close.
Yeah, Jerry, you can't detect anything. Ryan, you can try to see if you know anything about this planet with your bullshit knowledge.
True. I often forget about that. But the 3 degrees of success tells me I should stop forgetting about it.
So Jerizal was supposed to be the agricultural breadbasket of the Expanse. Back when the Imperium really wanted to expand out here, this was supposed to be the big agricultural world. It was beautiful, very temperate, large seas, good climate for growing crops. It was designed to be a planet-wide agricultural world to provide food and other, sustenance to the other worlds in the Expanse. But then something happened and it just went dark one day. And scout ships came, but this is all they found, a blasted dead world.
Okay. I will go ahead and share that with the group.
And your scans aren't showing any oceans, they aren't showing anything. Like, again, it's so strange.
Interesting.
There are no complex organic molecules at all on the entire planet, at least as far as your senses can detect from out here.
Okay, so I guess we'll fly in a little closer and see if we can scan again.
Alright, so you want your ship to go into a orbit around the planet? Alright, so your ship gets there significantly faster than your old cruiser used to. So a couple of days pass, and your ship is now safely in orbit around the planet, basically. So Steve will run another scan.
That's why.
Steve can't pick up anything besides what he was detecting at the edge of the system. There's definitely some sort of wreckage crash. Doesn't look to be an Imperial vessel. It doesn't match anything in the ship's databases. Sign of Science, you're not picking up anything, Jer. The world seems dead.
Okay.
And he says, yeah, even from this distance, he can get higher resolution scans. He is not picking up any complex organic molecules on the entire planet. He's picking up the building blocks for complex organic molecules, but not the molecules themselves.
Hmm.
I will also be right back.
Yeah, Ryan, this is not how your knowledge of this world says it should be. Again, it was a beautiful agricultural world, and it was actually set up like it was shipping stuff off world. There was a colony here. There's not.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be in orbit above a beautiful blue terrestrial world, not a dead hunk of rock.
To be fair, this has already happened to us once.
You can recognize the wreckage on the scans as very similar, although not the same. It's smaller, but the tech is similar to the drones you encountered around the Forge world.
Where is the wreckage? Like,
You're currently in geostationary orbit above it. It's just on the planet's surface, like it crashed.
oh, okay. Is there anything anywhere else in the system that we can see or detect?
System seems empty. I mean, there's a few other rocks, a few other planets, basically, but none of them have atmospheres or anything. Your sensors on the way in didn't detect anything of any particular interest on them.
Okay, so the other question is there like normal gravity and all that on the planet?
World still has a breathable oxygen nitrogen atmosphere and standard gravity.
Okay. So like when you say there's like building blocks and shit,
Like, imagine you took all the organic molecules on a planet and split every single one of them into their constituent atoms.
But there isn't even bacteria.
No, there is nothing that would qualify as an organic molecule on this world. They've all been split into the base particles.
I can't think of anything that could do something like that.
I don't
They
suppose
make
we
the
have a
planet-
probe. I don't suppose we have a probe that we can just hurl at the planet and get some
Yeah, they're
reading.
called red shirts. This is the 40K universe. They're called idiots in a shuttle.
Is that usually our job?
how many do we just have the one shuttle or was there another shuttle on the ship?
The ship has a complement of 2 shuttles of its own, and then you've got your gun cutter on here.
They don't get to take the gun cutter.
Yeah.
That's our
Okay.
ship.
So yeah, I'm gonna actually send a group of red shirts down there.
All right, Warhammer 40K probe is away. So you telling them to land basically near the crash?
Definitely.
All right, so the shuttle goes in, it lands near the crash site. You can get a Vox link with the shuttle back and forth. They say the atmosphere is breathable. it's definitely some kind of drone that's crashed into the planet. Other than that, the world they're standing on is a dead rock.
See if there's anything salvageable from the drone.
If you want, they can check it out.
Yeah, go ahead and go and check out the wreck and see what happened, if there's any way to tell what happened.
It's a little bit, and then they contact you again. The wreck is decently intact. It definitely looks like a crash. There's a decent amount of the drone that's still intact, however. Doesn't look like there's any power in it, though. The drone seems completely offline.
And Xenotech, right?
Oh yeah, you've basically told them about what they're looking at with the data from your ship. It's similar in tech to the drones you encountered around the Forge world. It's
Oh,
much smaller, and it doesn't appear to have weapons.
Is
At
it
least
small
none
enough
they
for
can
them
determine.
Is it small enough for them to drag onto the shuttle?
No, they couldn't bring the entire thing back.
which has me wondering. I don't suppose there's a method to mask. Hmm.
Say, is there a tech priest there with them that can maybe try to interface with it?
Do you standardly send tech priests down with these parties?
I sent a general platoon. Basically, there's a pilot. There's probably one of the astropaths, and then 2 other red shirts, and there's and then a tech priest. Yeah.
Okay, so he says he can attempt to. I mean, it's Xenotech. He can see if he can't make heads or tails of it.
Sure, it'd be nice if we could steal its identity or something so we could get past those drones around the Forge world.
Yeah, no kidding.
If you want, he says it might take about an hour for him to check this thing out, but he can try to make heads or tails of what the hell it is.
Please do.
All right, so he contacts you in about an hour later and says he can't find a way to interface with the device, but he has made some progress in understanding it a little bit. As far as he can tell, there's definitely no weapons on this thing. It was not designed for combat. What it does seem to have is incredibly advanced auger arrays. Like, these things make what's on your frigate, even your cruiser, look like garbage. And that seems to be basically what 90% of the drone is one really sophisticated sensor array. It also seems to have a long-range transmitter, but it doesn't use standard Vox systems like yours do. He can't tell like how it was planning on transmitting, but it's definitely some sort of transmission system. His best guess is that it's some sort of observer. It's designed to take sophisticated readings. I mean, this thing's sensors could read in real time at the atomic level from orbit of a planet, he's guessing, and then transmit that data somewhere else. Says there is a data storage on it. He can try to bring that back and maybe interface it with your ship's cogitators to see if they can recover any of it.
That'll work. And is there any way to tell what made it crash?
He says it looks like it just ran out of power. It looks like it had enough power to basically do the scans, transmit the data, and then its reactor, its battery basically ran out. Seems like it was a single-use scanner, basically. Although he has also found a similar transmitter to the little thing that was sending the pulses of light to you at the Forge world. It's in the same place on this drone that it was on those drones. So that seems to support your theory that it's some form of communicator.
Is there any way that we can get those parts of it?
He says he can disassemble the drone and take those pieces, yeah. It'll take him a little bit, but he should be able to get them out safely. And
Hopefully
those
there's
pieces
enough water.
will fit on the shuttle.
I'll kind of look around, like see if anybody has any objections before I order him to go ahead and for it.
That was my idea.
I go ahead and give the go ahead. Yeah, you should do that. We have spare time by the looks of it.
All right.
I'm gonna real quick though have what's his face, the new scanner dude
Even
scan the system really quick.
Steven 2.0.
Steven 2.0.
Steven 2.0 says he can't pick up anything else in the system. It looks like you're alone here.
Okay, great.
All right, so the tech priest gets to work, the engineer gets to work taking the parts out. So about 2.5 hours later, he radios and says he's gotten the parts out and managed to get them out undamaged. So they're loading them on the shuttle and they're bringing them back up.
just to recap, you got the thing that actually transmits the light signal, and also it's the whatever information it gathered.
Yeah, it's hard drive basically, and it's transmitter.
Okay.
Those were the two pieces you asked him to take, so he managed to get them both unplugged. Took him a little longer than he thought it was going to, but he worked carefully to make sure that he didn't damage any of it.
I'm just satisfied with it not being broken.
All right, so he brings the shuttle comes back up and docks with your frigate. So you want me to basically plug this thing's drive into our cogitators and see if I can't make heads or tails of it?
Yeah.
Do we have a separate unconnected cogitator that could be used?
Says I can try to isolate the cogitators in a particular area of the ship to try to do that.
It seems like a more reasonable way to go about it.
Agreed.
Yes, wouldn't want to be bowing before a new overlord anytime soon.
Wow, he really isolates the section of cogitators in that ship. Holy shit. The Imperium is going to be like calling this guy to figure out how to put its firewalls up around Terra. Jesus Christ. He just rolled a 1, which means he got 8 degrees of success putting up firewalls.
We gotta name this guy.
Charles.
He then gets the it takes 2 hours, but he manages to get the cogitators to actually understand what the hell this hard drive is saying. It seems like it's similar tech, but it takes a little bit for the cogitators to figure out what it's trying to say. He basically just hooked a Mac and a PC up and managed to get them to talk to each other. So there are all kinds of readings. I mean, this thing was taking massive readings of the planet. The beginning of the readings shows the planet as it was, like as your memory of it, Ryan. It was an agricultural world. The sensors are picking up multiple human biosigns all over the planet. There's a lot of plant life. There's some animal life, nothing large, some birds, fish in the ocean, things like that. And you can tell that the recording basically of all the sensor data is counting down because it starts at negative. When it hits 0, there's some sort of energy flash and rippling out from the center about where the drone crashed. Like you actually watch the sensors as this energy wave goes out, and it just breaks the bonds of every single organic molecule it comes into contact with.
From
So
the
it was a
center of the
bomb.
planet?
No, from where on the surface of the planet, it looks like from the sensor data, it looks like something basically was launched, came in, hit the planet, and spread out. At the very end of it, it basically correlates all the data. It ascertains that 100% of organic molecules on the planet have been destroyed, labels it a successful test, and transmits the data.
Well then.
Is there any way to figure out where it transmitted the data?
He says that might take a little while, but he should be able to. He has to figure out how the hell it's what it's using to transmit, but they have the transmitter, so they should be able to do so.
Okay.
Apparently, it doesn't take him long at all because this guy's fucking amazing. Why do we have Chris again?
8
Um,
points.
he says, guys, it transmitted the data to Aubrey's anvil.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And also the other thing is can we tell when this happened, like when timeline wise this happened?
It looks like it probably happened about 30 or 40 years ago. That's also when this colony went dark. So
I could use a refresher on Aubrey's anvil.
that's the Forge world with the torpedo drones in orbit.
Remember the ones that we
Oh.
flew up to it to a certain line, and when we backed off, they disappeared
Yeah.
again?
Yeah, I remember the event. I just couldn't remember the name, and we don't have that map on hand. So that's just glorious. Great.
So, with this guy that's been studying this hard drive and shit, when I ask him, do you think you'd be able to understand a transmission if you saw it?
He says, as he understands tech, with this, the other bit he brought back, that's a transmitter receiver. If you mounted it to your ship's auger arrays, it should be able to interpret it. And since the cogitators are programmed to actually understand this kind of computer's language now, they should be able to at least give a rough translation of what it's trying to say.
Oh, okay. So that's a plus.
Yeah, so we can tell that it's actually telling us to back the fuck off.
Mind you, this is all theoretical. Like, this is Xenotech being interfaced into Imperial tech, trying to understand other Xenotech.
So not just doing a literal translation, but doing it twice.
It's Google Translate. Oh shit.
No, it's Babelfish.
Oh god.
Besides, with Google Translate, if you translate from German to German and type in mostly consonants, you can make it beatbox. Well, could. Don't know if you still can.
Oh, Captain, I think we should try to give it a shot. And maybe go back to Aubrey's anvil.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole thing of when we got up to the front, all we're looking for is to see if we can understand what they're trying to tell us. And we're in a different ship now, so it's not like even if they have memory systems, they could figure out, oh, hey, these are the same people and we should shoot them as drones.
Right.
Because they're
And besides-
programmed.
Right, and most anyone's response to being approached by a particularly intimidating vessel and people you don't understand is raising a gun and telling them in not necessarily unkind or impolite words to back off, I don't trust you. But good luck understanding them because you're speaking Xeno. But now that we have this thing, maybe we can ask them if they dream of electronic sheep.
All right, so you guys going to attempt to jump to Aubrey's anvil then?
I think so.
You have the coordinates to it. Are you just going to jump there basically from Jersel?
I really don't see any reason not to.
There's no known warp storms or anything in the way.
And only really Chaos is known for interdicting and warp.
Yeah, the only ships that are known to be able to engage other vessels while in the warp are Chaos vessels.
Okay, because I'm just looking at the Serpent's Cradle. Oh, that's not Under the Teeth. Wait,
Yeah,
sorry.
Under Teeth is over there.
Right.
I will say navigators are capable of interdicting ships effectively. They can generate warp storms with the right powers.
Oh,
It's
And
just
Tyrion is
difficult as hell.
right. And Tyrion's just waiting for the rolls to actually succeed when we go passing by orc territory. Not that the orcs understand how they're doing it, but they know why.
Orcs don't have navigators.
Yeah, that would have to be a human ship, a human group that basically interdicted you by. And to be fair, it doesn't force you out of the warp. Like, you can try to fly through the warp storm.
Just probably won't end well.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and start doing this with my dice that have rolled super well for me so far.
And now they're gonna roll
You
terrible.
jinxed it.
Actually, my last time they didn't, so I was being sarcastic.
Oh, I'm still feeling so better about this.
All right. Predicting time. That is a pass with a degree of success.
It should take you about 2 weeks to reach Aubrey's Anvil from here. Maybe a little longer.
So that is 3 degrees of success on finding the Astronomicon.
All right, congratulations. You know exactly where the Astronomicon is.
All right, and then all of these I get plus 20 on from the Runecaster.
Yes.
I can't fail to check out for obstructions. Just
Okay.
literally can't fail.
So give me a steering, because that actually matters how much you succeed on.
Yes. So I'm rolling against.
You have a plus 50, so
Effectively plus 60 because I have the plus 10 navigation now. So I'm actually rolling against a 112.
nice.
Which is good because I rolled a 99. That's still a pass with a degree of success, though.
Congratulations, you have managed to chart your course. You're still going to get 2 warp encounters, though, because somehow you rolled few enough degrees of success.
Wow.
You know what? I'm okay with this. The fact that I rolled a 99 and we're not completely fucked.
Yep.
Because could you imagine the navigator? Oh, if you roll a 9, your ship's off course. What happens if you roll a fucking 99?
You know what happens?
Yeah,
Those
our
are
cruiser-
missing,
The thing
and the
that
ship is
happened to our
broken.
cruiser.
Yeah.
we do get plus 20 on those rolls for the encounters.
Yeah. So for the first week, all is well. Everything goes swimmingly. You guys are making good progress towards Aubrey's Anvil.
By the way, don't forget the halftime of the Runecaster. The half normal.
Right, it
time.
cuts half the duration of your flights, too.
Oh, Jesus.
So there isn't a second week. So Riot, bring us out of Aubrey's Anvil. Yeah, Runecasters are really powerful. It's why they're hard to find.
Again, it's arguable which is better, the Warpsbane Hull or the Runecaster, but they're definitely close.
Degree of success.
All right, so you come out right at the edge of the system.
Let's see if we can make the magic happen.
All right, so you guys head in.
Yep.
You reach the same distance from the planet exactly as you did last time, and one of those drones appears in front of you. And it flashes its little light at you.
Okay, what can we get from it?
Yeah, seriously, fire Chris. I just rolled to see how well he interfaced it with your system, and he rolled 5 degrees of success.
Nice.
Wow.
So, it translates reasonably well, actually. There's a few, you're guessing pronouns that doesn't translate properly, but what you get from it is unidentified vessel, you are approaching research facility 001, transmit passcode or be fired upon.
Was there any information in the data slate about like passcodes and stuff?
Yes, apparently.
God, I love this guy.
He says, yes, we have a general passcode. I can try to transmit it back using the same light method we did last time. I think the problem was just we were sending, literally, we were telling it was trespassing at installation 001.
Right.
And
Wow.
the fact that he ends with, or be fired upon, we were actually threatening to fire upon the drone.
Well,
Shit. No wonder he was salty.
So he says, I can transmit this and see what happens.
Go ahead and try it.
He hits a few keys, transmits the signal. The drone shimmers and disappears, and further, the entire space station cloaks above the planet.
Okay.
I'm going to assume that means we're allowed to pass.
So I'm going to tentatively tell our pilot, go ahead and fly forward. Think.
Your
Hopefully.
ship flies in and ends up in orbit around the planet with no other contacts from the drones or the station.
Okay, so run a scan, maybe?
So New Steve 2.0 scans the planet, says it's definitely a massive forge world of some sort. This, our engineer was correct. This is not standard human design, but it definitely is a forge world design of somebody. Like somebody built a planet-wide factory.
Are there any life signs?
No, and there's no power signatures down there either, except for what I'm guessing are a few emergency generators. This thing's been abandoned for a while.
Okay. So, assuming we got through with the passcode should have general access basically. And if we were to go down in a shuttle and check it out, it might not set off any alarms or anything. Theoretically.
You're gonna send some random blokes down first?
Yeah, Jerry, you're not picking up anything from this world. It's been abandoned for a while. All right, so you sending a shuttle with mooks down? Are you guys going down? What's going on?
What do you guys think?
I think we should take the gun cutter down, along with our tech race.
Yes.
Glad to see we weren't deciding on whether or not to bring him along.
He the real MVP today.
And then obviously Curse's character because he's in charge and he's going to want to come with.
Watch Chris come back and throw nothing but zeros for a while.
Right?
No, zeros would be great. Though nothing
No.
but 100s for a while.
Yeah, that'd be great for you. Very amusing indeed.
All right, so you guys take your gun cutter down. Where are you landing? This is a planet-wide factory. Are you just picking a factory? Are you looking for something in specific?
What does the power scheme look like? Like, does it seem like part of the planet's powered and other parts aren't? Does it seem like it's originating from an area?
It looks like some basically buildings are powered still minorly. Your tech priest guesses if this is like your kind of Forge worlds. Those are administration buildings for the various factories, and they're probably still running on emergency power.
Okay, so I want to land near one of those.
Wouldn't
Okay.
mind seeing what they're producing
Your tech
or
priest,
experimenting on.
your pilot lands you near the closest of these. Your tech priest assumes are administration buildings.
By the way, I can totally fly these things.
Great.
Did you fly it down, or did you have a pilot fly it down?
Yeah, I flew it down.
Okay, then you can set it down next to what you assume is an administration building.
Okay.
I'm assuming breathable atmosphere.
Yeah, planet has an oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere.
Well, I am definitely bringing my storm bolter, but the sniper rifle, eh. I mean, if I'm going to possibly fight machines on Forge World, I don't think that's going to be particularly useful. And I really hope I don't have to fire the Storm Bolter, because this is not my home. This is their home.
Okie dokie, so I'm gonna walk up to the door and see what it looks like.
Looks like standard, basically Imperium doors. There is a control pad to open it.
Okay, I'm gonna gesture to the tech priest.
Tech priest walks over the control pad and actually gestures for you to come over.
Okay. I come over with kind of a confused look on my face.
The controls are actually in. It's similar to. You can definitely see the base is similar. It reminds you a lot of Gothic. Like, these controls are written in a language you can understand.
Okay, so what do they say?
They're just standard controls. There's one to open the door, one to shut the door. Comm relay.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and open the door.
Door slides open.
Okay, and then I'm gonna walk in.
Looks like
follow
an
it.
administration office, basically, like you would see on a human world. There's a desk with a terminal at it. There's a few other chairs around the room. There's dust over everything. Like, this place hasn't been opened in a long time.
Does it look like the computers are powered?
It looks like there is some emergency power going to them, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna gesture to the tech priest and kind of what I want is information about what this place was producing, if possible.
Just okay.
He gets +10. And then you catch your dice.
Okay, that gives him 6 degrees of success.
Jesus.
Why do we
Charles
have
is
Chris
hired.
again?
For fate points.
Yeah,
positive
Yeah,
damage.
but this guy
if
has
you keep
to do them.
succeeding, you don't need fate points.
To pass by an additional 1 degree of success, because he used a fate point.
Because he totally needs to do 7 degrees of success rather than 6.
Well,
So-
yeah. How else are you
The
going to
tech-
have boasting rights?
The tech priest looks over the console for a little while. He says he had to bypass it. It was password locked out, basically, but he could. Again, everything's written in. It's not Gothic. It's not high or low Gothic, but it seems similar. Imagine, like, you speak English and you're reading Latin type thing. You can recognize something similar.
Where one language clearly borrowed words from the other.
Yeah, your language has borrowed some of this language, or the
Right.
other way around. He says this is a weapons factory. Like, and I mean, this planet is a weapons factory.
Does it specify what type of weapons?
It looks big ones.
Planet shattering
A
ones,
lot
I'm
of-
imagining.
He says a lot of this is degraded. Jesus, he says this is old. We're talking millions of years old. This world. Somebody built this planet to make weapons of mass destruction in some war. He goes, we're seeing the test firing of one of them on the world we just came from.
Well, that's one hell of a way to doing an exterminatus without actually destroying the rock. Too bad the oceans are gone, too.
Well, eventually everything should theoretically reform. Give it a 2 billion years.
Good point. The grand scale, that's not bad.
Probably even within 1,000.
Right, the building blocks are present.
It'll basically just re-evolve as a planet.
And there you can put your own personal palace that you don't fly around, because no one's going there anytime soon.
Yes, that's just one of the more recent constructions of this thing. This was a research and development world too. It created the base technology for other weapons. He goes, I'm seeing weapons here like there are designs for weapons that could actually shatter planets by firing from another solar system. There's designs for other weapons that I can't even access because they're behind so many firewalls.
Anyway,
Somehow, I
Travis.
bet the Inquisition would love to get a hold of this.
Well, we could turn this information over to the tech priests.
Yeah, we could maybe sell some of the information to the tech priests. Would you be able to make a copy of some of this information?
So yeah, shouldn't be too difficult to make a copy of the files I can access.
Okay.
So
I'm
you
gonna-
want him to do that?
Yeah, go ahead and copy as much as you can.
As he makes the copy, what is still functional, of the alarms start going off all over the building.
Well, I'm going to exit the building in that case, or head towards the exit and
Okay,
have a peek around.
I'm gonna come up to the ship really quick. There should be a way to do that. Or
You'll go outside to your shuttle. It has a comm that you can reach the ship. It's actually already got an incoming transmission from the ship.
I thought so. Okay, so I answer it.
We might have a problem, Captain.
Yeah, let me guess. Drones and space station reappeared, didn't they?
There's currently 20 of those drones with their weapons locked onto us in every direction.
What are they saying?
Basically, the translator is doing its best. They're transmitting something about breaking the rules of the quarantine of this world. It's information. What the hell did you guys do down there?
Okay, go ahead and stop the.
I'm gonna ask the tech priest to actually put back the information that he just took.
So you want me to
Basically
delete my copy?
Yes.
He hits a few keys. The copy is deleted. The alarms go off, and the ship says the drone's cloaked.
Okay. So no copies. Because I'm guessing if we make a copy and try to get out of here, we're not going to get out of here.
That'll probably be it's probably a good assumption.
Well, Tyrion disappeared.
Who said disappeared?
Tyrion disappeared from roll 20.
Well, I was reloading because Ryan's screen was black and still.
I'll go ahead and rewrite it then.
Yeah, I can see everybody except you, Ryan.
Yeah, you have black screen.
I'm looking at avatars.
3.
There you are. Whatever, it's functional. Okay. So yeah, the drones have recloaked, the alarms have gone off.
Okay, so I'm going to go outside. And I'm going to look around a little more. Okay. Sorry, my frame disappeared. So, are there any other administrative buildings within walking distance?
No, it looks like this planet is basically built into factory complexes that each have their own administration building and then all interconnect with each other.
Okay, so I'm going to gesture to everybody to come back to the shuttle, to the gun cutter. And I want to fly around to another one because I want to check out whether different sections of this planet have different production facilities or what.
Okay. you guys fly for a little bit, and you can land at another administration building. Assume you want to check out the terminal here.
Mm-hmm.
The tech priest says this one was actually making components for weapons of mass destruction. It looks like that's why they made a factory world out of this. Is the raw resources would be shipped into the planet, and then from that point on, all production was actually done on world.
Does it have a log of what resources it still has at its disposal?
It looks like the factories were automated and long since exhausted their resources.
Is there a ready stockpile?
No, the weapons were taken off world once they were actually constructed.
Was there a time, like a what period of time they did?
He says,
Or the
yeah,
most recent log?
the most recent log, he says, I want to get this right, so.
Oh, looks like I still need
Says-
access to my character, because I can still only make one as Leon or Trevor.
Right, creating your character right now. There you go. You can change the name yourself.
A little chilly over there, Ryan.
A little bit.
All right, so he says, the last shipment left this world 160,000 years ago.
Ooh.
So here's a question.
Wow.
How did one end up on the other world 40 years ago?
He says that was actually the shipment that left, and it looked like it was being destined for a weapons testing facility on that world.
Sublight, you think?
He says
Maybe.
it's possible. It's also possible they just didn't get around to testing the damn thing.
Okay. How many light years away is the other planet?
Let me look at the map. If I get my astromancy wrong, let me know, Ryan. It's about 1,000 light years.
So if it was traveling a little bit under half the speed of light, that's how long it would have taken to get there. No, a little over half the speed.
Okay.
Says this one also has a few more records not as encrypted as the other one. It looks like this world was building bigger and bigger weapons. Whoever they were fighting, they were desperate to end that war.
Does it have like the scale of the destruction of these weapons? I mean, I know we saw that, but like as they kept scaling up, is that the final product or
He says, well, let me put it to you this way. It looks like they have 10 rankings for the firepower of the weapons they were producing, at least as far as I can read on this terminal. The weapon we saw tested on Gerizol was a 2.
So we're talking about solar system detonations and shit.
It says, yeah, I'm guessing that would be their higher tier weapons this place was producing the parts for.
Okay. Is there any information about the people that built this place in any of the terminals and such?
Says no, there's no personnel records, there's no nothing. It looks like they were intentionally not kept. No names, no records of who worked here, nothing.
Okay. So on the view of the scans from up in the ship, did there look like there was like a communal area, like where people would have lived?
The scans can't find anything like that. This planet is massive and there's different facilities everywhere. Some of them are difficult to penetrate with auger scans. It's a giant forge world. They can't find any place like that though.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to the tech priest. What about like, just in general? Like, if this was an imperial world, where would everyone live?
So if this was an Imperial Forge world, they probably would have had barracks near the factories they worked in, with
Okay.
each factory complex having its own barracks.
So how big are these factory complexes? Like the one that's attached to ours right now?
So to put it into perspective, the picture you're looking at, each of those circles is a factory complex.
Okay.
Like this is where you guys landed first at the central administration building there. You're now at the central administration building of the smaller factory complex linked into the large one.
Okay, so if I walk outside, can I see the edge, like of the factory complex?
You have to understand what you're seeing is the most dense like buildings and factories you can imagine. Like this makes New York City look like open skies.
Okay, are there any tall buildings?
They're all tall buildings.
I mean, prospectively taller.
There are buildings that go up into the upper atmosphere.
Okay. So finding where people live isn't necessarily a feasible option of just like going and walking around necessarily.
There should be some sort of tram or something that would have taken them between them. If we can find that, we should be able to figure out where they are.
Maybe some street signs?
Well, underground transportation is more common. It's more efficient.
Would you like your ship to try to scan for that?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and have them try.
That they're able to find. It's significantly larger. The sensors are able to locate that. There is a network of underground tunnels, basically, that take between different areas. And there is a place that they all seem to be converging right there. Uh, Other than the factories, there's another hub, basically.
Okay. How far is it from where we are?
You'd probably want to fly there. It would take you a while to walk there, but it would only take you about 10-15 minutes to fly there in your gun cutter.
Okay, then I want to do that.
Back in the gun cutter.
Autobots, roll out.
All right, so you guys fly over there, and there's another building. There's no emergency power to this one.
I had a feeling it wouldn't be powered. So I'll land outside and then walk up to where it is and
The door is slightly ajar. It's not fully sealed properly. Again, there's no power to the consoles. Looks like this place is not really deemed high priority for what's left of their emergency power.
yeah. So I'm gonna basically turn on, I guess, my flashlight thing that I have with me.
All right, so you head in. It's very sparse. I mean, if you've ever seen the inside of like a military barracks, that's about what this looks like, but it's huge. I mean, it's about 40 stories tall, and it's just packed with bunks. There's some tables and areas where it looks like people might have eaten.
Does it look like there's like a central office in this area or
It doesn't look like that kind of thing. It looks this just was a communal living area basically, where there were bunks where people crashed and slept. There were areas where they had tables where they might have eaten, and that's about the purpose of this location.
Dusty as fuck, I assume.
Oh yeah, that all of these places have been.
Right. Well, I'll look to the ceiling and the floor, and are there any like notable depressions? Is this building sagging? Is it a death trap / tomb?
It looks like the building is still whatever they built these out of is holding up to the test of time.
Does it look like an abnormal building material, or is it something that would be expected on a Forge World?
It's definitely abnormal. It's not any kind of metal you're used to.
Don't suppose. All right. Hey Charles, don't suppose you could figure out what the hell this is made of?
He basically runs his mechadendrites all over it. It's nothing we make with metallurgy, I'll tell you that much. He says if you want more specific details, I'll have to bring a sample back to the ship.
Well, I'm pretty sure that our hosts will inform us whether or not this is an acceptable thing to do. Somehow I doubt they're going to care. So, Stephanie, give them the go ahead if you want.
I don't know. What do the rest of you think? It's the whole thing. If they didn't, what did they say exactly when we took the information?
We breached the terms of the agreement on not taking information out of the Forge World.
Specifically, what they said word for word is you had breached the data quarantine of the planet.
Okay, like, and all of these buildings are like extremely intact. There's no like chips out of them or anything that are already on the floor.
No, doesn't look like it. It looks like the buildings have been untouched by time. Whatever the hell they're made out of seems really resilient.
I think it might be okay because the terminal had power, and since it was powered, it could probably link up to whatever the drones were on. But since the building's not powered, if they take something from the building, it might not even be able to detect that something was taken.
Okay.
You could always make a request of the drones, see how they feel about it before they answer with a torpedo for our sample taking.
Well, we have no way to contact the drones in of themselves. They disappear unless we do something wrong.
We could probably just blink the lights.
Right. I doubt they're not watching us.
Okay, well, I mean, and also the other thing that we could do is if you were to scrape something off the wall, make sure to scrape it in a vial that you could pour out right afterwards.
That shouldn't be difficult. I can take some shavings off of whatever this metal is.
And before we do that, ion hydrate. I'll be back in a minute.
So you want him to go ahead then?
Sure.
He scrapes a sample into a vial and nothing happens.
I'm gonna look out at the shuttle really quick and make sure there's no like incoming transmission or anything like that.
Nope.
And I'm gonna look around anymore. Are there like remnants of personal belongings or anything in this complex?
If there were, they've long ago turned to dust.
Are there any like specific piles or anything of dust that we could theoretically like if something decays into dust normally if there's no wind or anything it would be a pile where it is.
Yeah, there's some dust around. There's piles near the beds and things. Like there's piles on the beds that you assume probably at some point were maybe mattresses or things of that nature.
Okay, I'm gonna have Charles take a couple samples of all of those.
Okay. He takes some samples, puts them in vials.
And then with one last look around to see if I see anything odd or interesting.
Nothing you haven't already seen.
So I'll walk back out the door.
Well, Captain,
Well, this is a very interesting world, that's for sure.
if only there was actually someone here, though, that would be awesome.
So one last thing, can I trace where the power is coming from? The emergency power. Or can we trace it, rather?
It looks like it's probably emergency generators underneath the planet. It's too decentralized for your ship scanners to be able to figure out like the exact pinpoint coordinates.
Okay. When we were in any of the areas, did we see any, like, power generators or anything like that?
No, surprisingly.
Interesting. I wonder what powered this planet beforehand.
Well, it doesn't seem like there's much else we can do here.
Yeah, well, we should probably get the samples back up to the ship and test them for any oddities.
All right, so you take your gun cutter back up to your frigate.
Yep.
All right, you have your resident tech priest go run his tests then. So he tests the metal sample first. He says it's definitely not a metal alloy we've used before. This is a synthetic alloy. Like the atoms themselves have been custom built to make a metal alloy that is better than anything we have.
Hmm.
Given your, I don't know, what is it called? Faction, nation, whatever. Do you think they'd be able to possibly replicate it?
Possibly. It would take a lot of effort, although I know most tech priests wouldn't because this is xenotech. The problem is we don't even understand how they made it. Because you're to put into perspective technologically the difference between the race that made this metal and us, you are effectively handing a vortex warhead to a caveman and asking if he can rebuild it.
Makes sense.
But would it be information that they find valuable?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, there's that, I guess.
This is just the actual sample I have here would be valuable to the Mechanicus.
Okay. Also, the dust of the different things that I picked up. Is there any, like, any trace elements or anything that we could put back to, like, living arrangements or anything like that?
Says it doesn't look like, it's the body of something. I'm guessing from the synthetics in it, it looks like, I don't know, like a synthetic mattress, like you would have made a bed out of. Maybe some sheets as well.
Okay.
Because it's difficult. We're probably over 100,000 years removed from when this was a physical object.
Right, and I expected as much because of that. There's more to this world than meets the eye, though.
Yeah, we should definitely keep note just in case. Because maybe if by the time the drones, I don't know how long they might have power left in them still. It's maybe valuable, so the information's in there if we can get it powered up, like isolated, without the drones trying to bomb everything. It might be pretty valuable.
Right. So yeah, probably what we will end up doing is selling the alloy maybe to the Mechanicus or whatever.
I think that's a good idea.
Okie dokie.
By the way, your sensor guy has been running scans ever since you got here.
Okay.
Steven 2.0 finally actually picked up a very weak signal. It looks like a kind of a regular ping. He can't isolate where it's specifically coming from, just that it is somewhere up in either the like Western Heathen Stars or Northern Accursed Domain region. But something up there is trying to make contact with this world.
Where was that again? Sorry.
Basically where you've got highlighted as good xenotech.
Okay.
7 Dooms seems like the most likely one, both because of its name and how it is marked.
Okay, could I have a recap of what happened while I was out fighting my monster?
Okay, so where exactly did you leave? What was the last thing you remember?
We were
Right.
poised to scrape a sample of the building material.
Okay, so the drones did not do anything. So we took a sample of the wall, and we also took a sample of a couple piles of dust inside the barracks area, and then we went back to the ship to analyze it. It turns out the metal is some sort of synthetic alloy, basically. And then the piles of dust were basically just a synthetic mattress of one type or another.
And
Okay.
we're totes gonna sell the alloy to the Mechanicus.
But we're kind of thinking of keeping the passcodes and stuff and how to get to Aubrey's Anvil, past the drones and whatever, to ourselves for a while, because there's something kind of bugging Stephanie about this world overall.
Understandable.
Right.
And she doesn't want to just go give the information away before she knows more about it.
And find out that there were other things that we could totally profit from, and then someone else just took. No, good call. I wouldn't have objected to that. So we're looking for another thing to do.
Oh, and then where they seem to be transmitting the information was over in this area.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw Augusta.
So I have declared that your spider monster is an arachnophene. Because I come from the Dresden School of Naming.
Ah. It was pretty damn close to the wall, and I went to smash this thing, and it's large. Let's put it that way. Approaching territory of this thing will crunch if it is smashed. That's gross, and that's why I stubbed the fuck out of my thumb against that wall. That's why I lost.
Fair.
It ran away quickly enough. I'm sure it's just uninjured. For the record, this spider is so jumpy and quick at taking cover. It has been a resident for about a month. And it is just getting bigger. I'm counting my days. I have also hit it with a combination of bleach and water. I can't tell if it's pissed. I know it is. But it didn't seem to care overall.
Yeah.
I got hopeful because for 3 days I didn't see it. Now I know it has regeneration.
You should just get a broom and stab it with the bristles. It's actually an excellent way to deal with stuff like that.
That might actually work, except for the fact that this bastard never gets more than like 2 inches away from a place that I can't get to.
Well, that's what the broom is for.
Yes, here's the thing. Spiders have good hearing. And this one is the most careful spider. Wait, nemesis. I might even name this thing that I've encountered.
It's an arachnophoid. Come on, Trevor.
All right, so what are you guys up to?
Apparently battling arachnophoids.
Grab bottle! It took my knife!
Oh, god damn it.
Yes, 7 dooms. I like this plan. I'm also a little uncertain about it, but hey, I've done worse things.
Yeah.
I'm good with anything as long as we stop in Solus in the near future.
How's our supplies doing?
Your supplies doing all right. You've only been gone about 4 weeks from when you left. Your supplies aren't horrible. You do have extended supply vaults on the ship, like I told you. So you still have about 2/3 of your supply left.
This includes gas tank.
Up gas tank, you have a lot more than that. It takes a decent amount of flying around to drain your gas tank.
Okay, I just didn't have any idea of whether or not we had a full tank when we left.
Yeah, it was fueled up.
Oh, Malika is just looking at Praetus expectantly.
I missed something. Why are you looking at Praetus expectantly?
It kind of sounded like we were heading towards 7 dooms.
Well, first we have to get back to our, ship.
We're on
I
a
assumed
ship.
we were on the ship.
Oh, I thought we were still planet side. I must have missed
No,
that.
you went to the ship to go analyze the samples because you needed better facilities than he had just in his mechadendrites.
Right. Fair enough then. I must have missed that one bit then. Because I knew he analyzed it. I knew he was talking about everything else.
But yeah, we went back to the shuttle and then up to the ship.
Okay. So, to 7 dooms, are we in agreement with this?
Are you going to try to make a jump all the way from there to here?
Well, first I'm figuring out if we are in agreement with this. Like, is this what we want to do, or?
I feel like 7 dooms is a good place to head. As good a place as any. Maybe not in one go.
Well, we might get 5 dooms out of it, so let's go.
Actually, to be honest, with this ship, we probably could make it in one go. And in some ways, that's safer because it means I have more fate points to burn on it if things go wrong. Because if things go wrong 2 or 3 times, then I won't have any fate points for the final ship.
Yeah, that is a kind of amusing thing to point out. London jumps are more catastrophic, but anytime you travel through the warp is just dangerous, period.
Plus, we will likely have more encounters if we do a series of shorter jumps. Because you get an encounter every jump.
That's what I was getting at.
Right.
Right.
So what do you feel comfortable with?
The real question is what kind of penalties am I eating jumping from here to 7 dooms? Like -10 for not knowing where it was, and then anything else?
As a grand total, just due to distance and not knowing where it is, you're going to be at a -30. Because it's -20 for not knowing where it is on my rule sheet. I gave you too easy to get to Jerizol.
Okay. I wasn't aware that distance actually made things more difficult to hit.
They're more difficult in not getting lost on the way there.
Okay.
So I'm giving you a -10 for the
No, that's fine.
long flight.
Actually, then from here to Zaith, and then from Zaith to 7 dooms probably would be a better
Yeah,
route.
Zaith would not give you the -10 for distance. You would lose that. You would just be at a -20 for not knowing where 7 dooms is.
Yes, but if we zip to Zaith, the first thing would be, no penalties.
Exactly. You know where Zaith is. You have the coordinates, everything. So that's just a standard jump to get there.
So I'm thinking that should be our path.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. In that case, let's go ahead and do our translocation. Estimating the distance is a pass.
It should take you about 7 days felt. Estimated from your perspective in the warp to get there.
Locating the Astronomicon. Hot damn. That is a pass. And that's sad because I rolled an 83, but that's still a pass.
All right, so you don't get any bonuses, but you don't get any penalties. You found the Astronomicon, barely.
Yeah, there's a reason I'm fucking stacking this shit. Alright,
Give me a chart the course, sir.
yeah. I'm trying to get myself into it, trained into it. That is a massive pass.
Okay.
Like 3 degrees of success. 4, actually. Steering the vessel. That is a success, but no degrees. No, sorry, 1 degree. 1 degree success.
Okay, so you'll get there a little faster,
And don't forget
which
to
means you
have
still get 1 encounter. Yeah, half time. So you still get 1 encounter. So you guys all on the 5th day, you guys have a standard. Your flight's going really well. You all go to sleep the night of the 5th night because again you keep shipboard time because you have to keep a rhythm. When you guys go to sleep, you have the strangest dreams. You keep dreaming you're on a battlefield. Like you all share the same damn dream, all of you. That you're on a battlefield fighting. You're using weapons you've never seen before in your hands, and you're in gear you've never seen. But you still look human, and the people you're shooting at are human. And you're just massacring them. Like, these guys do not have the equipment you do. You're just slaughtering them. And just as the battle finishes, you wake up.
Odd.
And on the 7th day, you can come out at Zaith.
Sounds like the safest, one of the weirder things I've experienced, but okay.
We fail by a degree. No, I get like plus fucking 20 to this. How do I not remember
Yes.
that?
This is weird.
Yeah, because I need to get used to it. That is Rock and Pass. We actually
Okay.
should have gotten there much faster, but that doesn't matter because we still would have had one encounter.
All right, so you come out at the edge of the Zaith system. You let your engine
then?
cool for the usual 6 hours.
And then I will go ahead and start plotting a course for 7 dunes. Time estimation. Fail by exactly 1 degree.
All right, so you have no idea.
Okay. Locating the Astronomicon. 5 degrees of success.
That's a nice boost.
Congratulations.
Cannot fail to chart the course.
Yep, so steering the vessel. Remembering the negative 20 for 7 dooms.
Okay. That is 6 degrees of success.
All right, so encounters time.
Probably just 1.
No.
Really? Okay.
You're catching a lot of... as you start flying, you can notice this. You didn't notice it when you initially gazed into the warp for your time estimate. Probably too busy checking out all the various hot women on your ship. You're getting a lot of headwind from the rifts of Hecatan.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right, so for the first week, all is well. You actually fly nice, straight, and true. However, on the 13th day, you're starting to approach the area where you know Seven Dooms is when you get blindsided by a warp storm.
Of course we do.
Wonderful.
Well, I passed the charting the course, so how am I getting completely blank? Okay, whatever.
Okay, well, you didn't get blindsided, but that was my mistake trying to put flavor text into it.
Okay.
But you do hit a warp storm. Like, you can see it coming, but it's straight between you and Seven Dooms.
There's
Okay.
no way to miss it, basically.
I just wanted to make sure that you weren't under the impression that I had failed.
No, that was me trying to add flavor text, that's all.
No, okay, that's fine.
So the usual, you can try to navigate a route through the warp storm, or you can try to come out early.
Bear in mind that he's rolling for piloting as an NPC, so it's your risk.
Well, no, I'm totally cool navigating because I'm still rocking the plus 50 from my the perception because it's a navigation warp test for the trip.
Right. Oh, and you still give bonuses to the pilot if you're good enough.
Well, more importantly, I think one of us has to do well enough. Like, we need a total net.
The pilot cannot help with the warp storm. If you
Oh,
look,
I'm
it's
thinking of
only the
Shoals and
skills of
Reefs.
yeah, only the skills of the navigator can get through the warp storm.
I feel pretty fucking confident about this one, guys.
You're thinking about, by the way, Trevor, you're thinking about like Shoals and Reefs.
Yep.
That's the one where they have to work together.
I'm rolling against a base 112. I feel pretty confident about this one. Am I getting any penalties to it?
You're trying to beat a certain number of successes.
Will 5 degrees of success do it?
It actually just meets it, so yes. The ship gets battered to all high hell, but doesn't actually take damage. Like, you skirt the edges of the warp storm, and you manage to make it through.
Yeah, it was one of those. I was willing to fate point that one.
Alright, so bring us out at 7 Dooms.
Pass with 5 degrees of success.
All right, so you open the warp, but it's hard. The ship doesn't want to leave the warp. Like, you can almost feel like there's a force pushing you back into the warp. You got enough degrees of success, you managed to get through it, though, and get back into real space. But the ship really did not want to come out of warp, basically.
I'll go ahead and let them know that.
That's not disconcerting at all.
Does that sound familiar to anyone?
See if there's any psychic forces at work here.
There is not, actually.
Shiny and chrome.
God, you weren't kidding. I miss our death cult already.
So what you're seeing is actually the center two. This actually keeps extending out. There are 7 of these artificial rings around the center sphere.
Damn.
Okay, I'm gonna have Steven do a scan. What does he find?
From this distance at the edge of the system, your scanners are showing jack shit. It is getting scattered to hell by this thing. All he can tell you is the obvious. This is obviously not a natural phenomenon.
Or someone with a lot of time on their hands really didn't want their planet getting scanned. I wonder why. Possibly because it houses so many weapons of mass destruction with planet-cracking force.
So, your Forbidden Lore Xeno is enough to recognize the tech on the scans. This is definitely the same race that built Aubrey's Anvil and the drones. Only this is way more sophisticated. This is like the Apex type technology of a race. It's obvious the best of their tech went into this place.
So it's also newer?
The age looks about the same. It just looks like, this is the Learjet compared to the crop duster type stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I guess a difference of 1,000 years doesn't really add much to in the grand scheme of things if everything is millions of years old.
Right. Okay, so I guess we'll try flying closer and see what we find.
And seriously hope that passcode works here.
Your ship actually gets up to the edge of the rings. Your pilot's not sure if you wanted him to try to fly into the rings.
Run another scan now that we're here.
He can definitely detect more now that you're close, your scans aren't getting as scattered. One thing he's detecting is the sheer number of weapon emplacements on this structure. Yeah, he's lost count at 1,000 torpedo launchers. None of them seem armed right now. The center structure, though, it's definitely completely artificial, and that's completely just fucking with your scans. You cannot detect anything about it from this distance.
Is this a station or a planet in size?
It's a little bit. It would be a dwarf planet in size, basically.
Okay. Because
And
after a
it is
certain point,
completely artificial.
unless we're talking about the Geth building a planet, it's not exactly an afternoon task.
Well, I hesitate to fly any closer with all of those weapons, because the weapons are in the rings.
Yeah, the weapons seem to be in the rings. Again, you can't detect anything about the central sphere.
Well, you could always fire off the light code and see how things react, or if anything does.
Because that worked so well for us the first time, just trying to fire off the code.
We're gonna maybe ask them something.
Like a request to communicate.
Yeah.
one thing Steven does say is that he's not picking up any power sources. Like, it seems like this thing's powered down, like hardcore powered down.
Okay.
As opposed to regular powered down? What's the difference?
As opposed to the power isn't being sent to the weapons, but it's still being generated. The power cells, the power, what he assumes are generators in the rings, seem to be completely cold.
So what
Well,
do you guys
Stephanie,
think?
I mean, there's three options. We fly in there completely pantsless and see if there's a party. Alternatively, blink the signal, the generic code that got us to the other Forge world, or put out a request to speak with something, and let auto translate do what it can. Personally, I'm voting in favor of request to communicate.
I'm good with trying to hail a communication.
Breda's input?
Definitely recommend that we go with the attempting the password first.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. I'll have Charles do his thing.
Okay, he transmits the same passcode you guys had at Aubrey's Anvil. Nothing seems to happen except after a couple of minutes, you receive a very faint light pulse back from the central sphere. It just transmits passcode recognized and accepted.
Okay, so I will go ahead and have the pilot fly us closer.
All right, the ship comes in at half speed, basically. You slow down because going around these rings. You eventually end up in orbit around the central sphere.
Run another scan, please.
Now he can get some good readings. It looks like the jamming signal is not as effective once you're at this close range.
It's caused by the rings, not the planet. Basically.
He's picking up a structure down there. Other than that, the entire thing seems to be some sort of massive mechanical construct. He's also picking up, now that you're not getting interference from the rings, on the rings themselves is a lot of weapons damage.
Okay.
Sorry, I caught most of that. You said the rings themselves are damaged heavily by weapons?
Yeah, there's weapons damage of some sort. He can't, like, it's not recognizable by your ship's cogitators as known weapons. It's definitely an energy weapon hits, but they're orders of magnitude more powerful than any energy weapon your cogitators have records of.
That's fun.
Okay, are there any life signs or anything on this?
Planet seems empty.
Where did the faint transmission come from?
Right from that central structure.
Let's investigate.
That's what I was thinking, is going and checking it out and see what's there.
Yeah, seemed to work all right on the last planet once we had the code.
And they gave us clearance here, so
What could possibly go wrong?
All right, so you take your gun cutter down to the lone structure on this mechanical construct.
Yep, and I'm assuming void suits.
Yeah, there's no atmosphere on this thing. It's not a planet in the sense of an atmosphere. It's just a mechanical construct about the size of a dwarf planet.
Right. Maybe at one point it had some form of an atmosphere, but not now.
The single structure actually does have an airlock, though.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk up to it and see if there's like a control pad or anything like that.
There is a control pad next to it.
Is it the same as the one that we encountered at the other planet, basically?
It's basically the same design, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna attempt to open it.
All right, you open it. The outer door of the airlock opens.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna step in and kind of gesture everyone to follow.
I will.
As was I.
Hesitantly, but then yes.
There's another control pad next to the inner door.
Okay, so I'm gonna close the outer door.
Door
Obviously.
closes.
And then press open on the inner door, basically.
When you press open on that, there's a rush of air into the airlock, and then the inner door opens. You can see lights on. This facility seems powered.
Okay, so I'm assuming it's probably breathable air.
Your void suit's atmospheric sensors are picking up a standard oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere.
Okay,
Perfect for humans.
so I'm gonna go ahead and remove my helmet.
Okay. You can breathe
I'll-
normally.
I'll follow suit.
With a bit of hesitation, I will as well.
So I'm gonna look around. Is there like a specific corridor that looks like it might head to a central hub or something?
I'm holding a storm bolter. I do not take my helmet off.
The airlock opens up to a single room with a single desk and a terminal at it.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk up to the terminal and take a look at it.
Just so you're aware, Trevor, every weapon comes with straps and carries and such.
Yeah, I was
So
just thinking that would be the case. So, yeah, I'll just throw it over my shoulder and take off the helmet.
So the terminal is powered on, and it is actually displaying text on it.
Can I read this text?
Yes, it takes a little bit of effort. Again, it's that same kind of Gothic language. It basically is fairly simple to work out. It's saying firing sequence suspended due to lack of power.
No fun.
By the way, you guys don't even need to make checks. There is basically energy weapon scorch marks all over this room.
That's comforting.
Are there any like? Is this really dusty or?
Yeah, these scorch marks are old, and this place is just covered with dust. Whatever happened here happened a long time ago.
Are there any dust piles?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
And fair to assume that we're probably the most recent visitors, considering lack of paths in the dust.
Yeah, there were no paths or anything like that, and it looks like you guys are the first ones to enter this place in a very long time.
Okay, so does the terminal let me look into anything else?
Yeah, the terminal isn't actually encrypted or anything.
Okay, what information do I find? Like, can I find any information about who or what worked here, or?
It looks like this entire facility is one massive weapon system. This was referred to as the crowning achievement of. You don't recognize the world's name, but you're taking a guess that it's the Aubrey's Anvil, what you call Aubrey's Anvil. It was their crowning achievement. This was the most powerful weapon they ever produced. And it supposedly was designed to end the war.
Is there any information about the war?
Who they're at war with. Who or what, rather.
It talks about basically it was a surprise. It was a necessary war. You're not getting much direct information. It looks like a lot of this is probably propaganda feeds that you're able to find. It was talking about a necessary war of self-preservation. The one thing you do find, however, is that you very much recognize the name of the species, however.
Okay, what's the name of the species?
It says it was a necessary war to preserve the human race.
Ooh.
Oh. No wonder we understand most of this, or parts.
Right.
Hmm.
That's odd, considering these weapons are. You said it was 120,000 years ago?
160,000 years ago.
160.
But it was 30 years ago that its tech was used to completely annihilate a planet.
More importantly, like, I'm going to say this out of character because I can't think of how Paredes would phrase this. But 160,000 years ago, humanity didn't exist.
This is
Humanity-
Warhammer 40k.
Yeah,
Even in Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, 160,000 years ago, humans would have been primitive proto-humans, basically.
Well, 160,000 years ago in 40k is 122,000 years ago from us.
So that is an impossible amount of time ago. Then how the hell did this get here?
That is literally before the evolution of humans.
No, I believe it was. We actually looked this up, like the chronology of this.
Yeah, we did. As we know, Earth was. It is before they evolved on Earth in that aspect. Does that make sense? Basically, as history remembers it and everything like that. That's I'm trying to. I think what Ryan said is where
It was about Neanderthal era.
Okay, it wasn't before human evolution because
Yeah.
humans evolved from 1.8 to 1.3 million years ago.
And it was about the era of Neanderthal.
Yeah.
So this facility was built about the time that Neanderthals and the primitive Homo sapiens were walking around on Earth.
So, I know how you'd phrase it, but 160,000 years ago, when this stuff was developed, that was even before the Emperor claimed to exist.
Then what are they talking about?
an out of character question. Is it believed that the Emperor has existed for basically all of human time? Is that what?
The Emperor was from early tribal times, basically. At least that's when he claimed to have been around from. So Ryan is correct. This would have been built before he said he was around.
Yes, because the Emperor made no secret about when he had existed.
Right. I was just trying to figure out basically where in the timeline he claimed he existed. Does that make sense?
About, if I'm recalling correctly, about 10,000 years ago from our perspective.
Yes, so about 50,000 years ago from the time of 40K's humans. So this was about 100,000 years ago, give or take, before that.
Okay.
When was the last attempt to launch a weapon from this structure logged? Because it did say that it was attempting to launch something, but it failed because of lack of power. When was it attempting this?
From what you can tell on the terminal, Nara, this facility doesn't actually launch weapons. This facility is designed to do on a vast scale something very similar to what you saw the weapon tested on on the former agricultural world do, only far more specific. What the facility talks about is it was designed to kill every non-human sentient in the galaxy.
Hmm. So every non-human in the galaxy, huh?
Yes.
By the way, I did totally relay that, everything he said, basically, to everybody. I read it out as he was reading it.
Every non-human? Huh.
How does it determine this?
This facility does. The computer doesn't say. It was simply programmed to destroy all non-pure humans.
Huh.
Too bad it wasn't programmed a little bit broader. I mean, if you did that, there would be no interstellar travel.
And think of all the genetic tampering we've been doing to humans. There's a lot of non-pure humans out there. And I'm not just looking mutants.
I was about to say, you would know this. Navigators are not pure human. They're mutant.
Well, and you guys all know evolution. That's a well-taught thing. And none of you would be pure by the standards of 160,000 years ago.
Good point.
Out of character question. Is evolution actually taught?
It is. Humans evolved, and then the Emperor guided humanity from that point forward.
Okay.
But it is a well-taught feature that humans evolved from monkeys, and that over time genetics change. So you would all know, by the standards of someone 160,000 years ago, none of you are human.
Sounds like we need to dismantle this thing, or not put this code out.
Of course, again, they would destroy the entire universe, and there's not really anything that truly wants that wouldn't want to live itself. However, I'm gonna look through the menus and whatever and see if there's a way to shut it down.
Somehow I feel like blowing this up would be just the worst idea we've ever had. Sorry,
Yes.
but Plan B sometimes doesn't work.
Yeah, it looks like the system was shut down as much as it could. You guess it was interrupted in firing sequence. So somebody a long time ago tried to activate this thing, and it was stopped mid-firing sequence. But it looks like they couldn't figure out a way to permanently shut it down either.
Okay.
It does seem, however, like those weapons platforms outside are disabled, or at least not powered.
Yeah, basically somebody shut down as much of the power generation of this facility as they possibly could without risking it losing containment of its energy source.
Right, so it's probably fine overall. In perfect honesty, because we're in the middle of nowhere, too.
Well, plus there's literally no sane person who would launch that. Like, not even Chaos would launch it. Because without sentient worshippers, like the Chaos gods would wither and die.
Hell of a reset button for the universe.
Pretty much.
Well, if you find enough people who travel space often enough, you'll find someone who's touched in the head and think that's a good thing for the greater good.
Aliens.
I just think it's interesting that some Xeno race is protecting the humans. Or thought they were at this point.
Hmm.
So, Any other like odd information about it? Like did they get a transmission from the other world? Did they get shipments from there?
They got shipments from Aubrey's Anvil, but you can find that the order to fire did not come from this world. Like, this was a weapons facility. Somebody ordered them to fire.
Okay, where did the order come from?
I'm actually currently looking that up. The world came the order came somehow from like the southeast. You don't recognize the name of the world though, but you can get a general direction that the order came from.
Okay. Did it come like out of system?
Yeah, it came from. And actually, sorry, I meant it's from where you are. It's actually almost straight south. The message came from.
Oh, you mean where there's nothing basically? On my map?
You're guessing from the distance. It probably came from down in this.
Yeah, you gotta swap the rest from the map.
Was
I was
doing
looking
it.
for. I was looking at the other one.
From down in this region, basically. If you want any more specifics, your tech priest can try to get a specific location that the order came from.
Yeah, go ahead and have him try.
Why do we have Chris?
I don't know.
6 degrees of success.
Jesus.
It came from where your map shows Marwall. They didn't call it that, but that's where it came from.
Okay.
Although interestingly enough, another transmission came to this world. It was more hidden than that one. It was basically picked up and intercepted by the communications equipment here. It wasn't directed at the world.
Okay.
The transmission came from somewhere around Cerata Prime on your maps, and it was a message in whatever this broken Gothic is, saying that their sacrifices would be worth it, or there would be a lot more. And then another word that's another pronoun. But given he's indicating on the map, basically you're guessing he's referring to this world's name. Agios. Agrisa.
Wait, another proper noun?
Yeah, and your tech priest is starting to be able to translate proper nouns finally.
Okay.
We're
He's
kinda,
finally hearing enough proper nouns to be able to translate them, because proper nouns are a pain in the ass to translate.
Yes, almost impossible, really.
So he's guessing that the name of the world he was referring to that there would be a lot more of was Agusia. There we go. I will eventually get that word's name. And that transmission came from around Cerata Prime and was transmitted not to the world, but to just a general area.
okay. So where do we want to start tracing us?
That's a really good question.
Say Guzi is relatively close, right?
Yeah, theoretically we could do, since you said it came from the area of Ceriter Prime originally, it seemed.
Yeah, that message came from Ceriter Prime. The order to fire came from Marwolf, and Agusia was the world referenced by the Ceriter Prime that said, your sacrifices will be worthwhile, or there will be a lot more of those.
Okay, so we could just kind of trace it backwards, basically. Start with Agusia, and then Ceriter Prime, and then maybe Marwolf.
I'm good with this.
Sure.
So we're headed to Ceriter Prime, huh?
No, we're gonna head to Agusia first.
Okay.
It's closer.
Right.
Closer.
We were gonna go from closest to farthest, basically. We were gonna see where they originally were maybe trying to send the message, and then where the message possibly came from, the second one, and then we'll check out where the order to fire came from.
Okay, so it'll be bounce, bounce, bounce.
Right.
All right. Well, are we ready?
Ready as you ever going to be, I'm guessing. The massive confidence there.
I had to
Yeah.
say,
traveling
like,
through the
I know
warp.
I'm a little bit out of the night, but I'm not the only one, apparently.
But do we have to go through the warp?
Yeah, kind of, we do. So I have no idea how long it's going to take.
Okay.
Okay, on to the relevant things.
So you're taking a minus 20 because you don't know the coordinates.
Well, the
Not
first
to
one
locating,
does.
yeah.
So the first one is against an 83. So it's 4 degrees of success.
Okay. So
Makes
you effectively
everything.
have 2 degrees of success.
Yeah. So I'm at plus 20 on all the navigation rolls. So the first one is a bear pass.
All right, so you know what's coming.
Now for charting the course.
For steering, you mean?
Sorry, yeah, for steering. That is 3 degrees of success.
All right, so time for a encounter. All is well on the flight. It's a really short flight. I mean, it's literally a day, and then you're ready to jump out at Agusia.
Three degrees of failure coming out.
All right, so the ship actually comes out far too close to the planet. Your pilot's going to make an emergency braking to try to stop the vessel.
Price ID's at 40, which, by the way, is what my character is.
Are you telling him to do good?
Yes.
As you lurch out of the warp, this planet is like right there, basically. And your pilot succeeds, which means he fires all the braking thrusters, everything goes flying forward, and you just barely come into an orbit around the planet.
Nice. I kind of pat him on the shoulder. Good job.
He just kind of goes,
Hey, don't shit himself.
All right, so you're having Steven scan the world,
Yes, please.
and Jerry, are you doing your sign of science?
Yep.
All right, so Jerry, you can't pick up anything, but you do have just an overwhelming feel of dread being in orbit of this world. It's not chaos; it's just a really bad feeling. And as for Steven, he says the sensors are picking up. There's tombs down there, lots of them. They look like what we would bury our dead in, except this world is honeycombed with them.
That's kind of disturbing.
You are kidding.
So there are quadrillions potentially of tombs down there.
Yeah, Captain, I don't like this place.
Your engineer, by the way, also speaks up. We're receiving. It looks like it's their version of a general transmission with that light-based communication system.
What's it saying?
It says you now hang in orbit of Ryarak. It takes a little bit to pronounce it. That's what they called this world in the transmission. Look at the only outcome of this war.
Is it like a looping transmission, or does it say it once and then
Hold on. Ryan can't hear anything. Ryan is looking highly confused.
Yes.
Obvious solution. Headbutt it.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by, everyone.
Right. Well, in that case, I'm going to take a short break while he sorts this crap out.
Actually, this sounds like a fantastic time for a 10-minute break for everyone.
Going AFK.
So apparently my computer doesn't want to run Discord anymore.
Huh. Hey, did you try uninstalling and reinstalling?
Yes, actually I did.
Oh, damn.
So now I'm going to go in and delete the system files after uninstalling it and seeing if that fixes it.
Alright.
And back. Mic check. Anyone else back?
Yeah, just trying to fix Discord.
Okay.
This is currently through my phone, if you're wondering.
I didn't comment because you said you were fixing it, so I was perfectly content in waiting.
All right, the DM is back with soda, and I have eaten, so DM is happy.
Ryan's still unfucking pissed off.
Yeah, it's a work in progress.
Meanwhile, I'm booting up my laptop to see whether or not I can get video on the laptop.
What's going on, Ryan?
Discord shut itself and wouldn't reopen, so I had to go in, delete every single file for it, which, by the way, is not stored under program files, and then reinstall it. And digging out all the little files it had tagged was a chore.
Wow,
Ugh.
that's
Yeah, it's actually stored under users app data.
interesting. Did you make sure to delete Win32 while you were in there?
Never.
Said you're back and had soda, Tyrion. I sent my fiance to the gas station for my soda.
Nice.
That way I could play some Rock Band while we were on break.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
It did sound sort of like that.
Yes, huzzah.
Huzzah!
Are you using a different mic?
He's on his phone.
I'm on my phone because computer Discord shut itself, and I'm still working on
right.
fixing it.
Boom, boom, boom.
I still forget that it can be used via phone like all the damn time.
Likewise, but I don't use my phone for Discord. If I'm on Discord, it's because I'm on my computer.
I may have gotten it working. We'll see.
Is this a good time to mention that apparently Chris's definition of late is over 3 hours?
Yeah, I know I can be bad at times, but holy shit, this makes me look great by comparison.
Yeah.
He's usually really good. I'm just going to assume something came up.
Probably.
Like, Chris is really good about always being here, so I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, he's currently driving. He's currently driving out to the hills of Indiana to dispose of a corpse.
Only one? Wow. I'm insulted.
It's Chris. Look, it's a stretch to imagine he killed someone, accidental or otherwise.
No, it's not a stretch to imagine that he just started talking and eventually they committed suicide.
The man does
I'm
take breaks for peas, so the opportunities are present.
Like, I'm just remembering his character from the D&D campaign.
Oh, I know that's where that's coming from.
The fact that the plan to save the world hinged on him talking, and it worked.
Yes. But then again, there isn't enough margarita out for, damn it, I forgot his name. The guy who lashed out at Chris. Totally drawing
Morden.
a blank. Yeah, there's not enough margarita for all of his salt.
Yeah, Morden
No.
had some issues.
Now we just need the universe to hinge on me getting lucky.
We're all fucked. Except you, of course.
Womp womp.
Fuck,
Well-
damn it, shit, fuck. Give me a bit.
Could always just go with your phone.
Except it's irritating. I keep hitting the wrong button when I try and talk, and it'll run out of power.
There's a thing called a cord.
Yes, that doesn't fix the first two problems. Like, if you guys want to keep going, that's fine, and I'll shoot in when I can, but expect me to keep flickering in and out on roll 20.
That's all good. Kelly, Nora's eating anyway, so.
And I'm attempting to figure out why the fuck I can't even follow the basic steps to debug this shit on my end. The no video problem.
What browser were you using?
Firefox?
Well, that's part of the problem. Use Chrome.
No.
I like Chrome, actually. Here, let me open it on Firefox and see if I have that same glitch.
Well, the first thing I'm trying to do is update Flash on my laptop and then hop back in. Because I tried running it using the outdated version of Flash and it just did the same problem. So I need to update that first. I mean, for all I know, it's an issue with Adobe Flash and Firefox. I've had shit like that happen in the past where they release something for Flash and it's just cocks up everything.
Doubtful. Chrome doesn't support Flash.
It doesn't?
I'm using Firefox.
Well,
But how does
that
it
means
play
the
Flash
video
video?
camera
Oh, I
video
gotcha.
camera cannot be Flash because Chrome no longer supports Flash.
Ah, right. And because we can use video and we're using Chrome, obviously the video is not Flash.
Yep.
Correct.
So you could just get with the cool kids and download Chrome.
Well, honestly, it's entirely likely it wouldn't work there either. The problem is that it was working before, but it is not working now, which tells you something has changed.
Ryan, stop breaking up my peer pressure, God damn it.
But you don't even have a peer.
Gotta look strange on this one. Anyway.
Yes, you do.
I'm not entirely sure what the hell.
Wow, you do look weird.
I think it like zoomed in or something. I don't know what it did.
It
You look
compressed you
smushed.
horizontally. It compressed your video horizontally in Firefox.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, it works for me.
Kinda.
Well, yeah. I had to give it permission though. And it asked for permission to see my webcam. And
Likewise.
it didn't show me pictures until I gave it permission.
Okay, see, here's where I'm stuck. It doesn't ask.
Okay.
It does not give me the option. And
Okay.
when I try looking to the upper left for a camera icon, it does not exist.
Upper right.
Okay. No, upper left in Firefox.
Oh, God damn it. But yeah, it's so funny that you're compressed. Like,
Ryan, look at me.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Now's your chance to make some funny faces even funnier.
There was a way to turn my camera off, just in general. I'm gonna unplug it.
why do you want to turn it off?
Because I was gonna screw with it to see if not having a camera messes with that option.
See,
makes
I
sense?
totally see. I have this wonderful USB switch on my computer that I can just turn off USB ports.
Alright, I'm sufficiently confused. I hopped on my laptop and it just didn't ask me for permissions for anything, and I have the exact same problem.
That's odd.
Try going under like file or something and like check your stuff at the top of the screen and see if you can give it permission without it asking.
Well, let me reopen things on this laptop, which, for the record, is slower than Canadian maple syrup. Okay, modify the what now?
See if there's any sort of permission option. I'd honestly download Firefox and try and help, but I'm kind of resolving my own issues.
Normally it's a pop-up window, and it disappears once you interface with it.
I'm aware. That's why I'm saying go looking for it. If it's not popping up, clearly you need to go and look for it.
Where I would look for it does not exist. There
Then
is
look
something
for
that
it
I've been looking
somewhere that exists.
How about you solve your own problem?
I look for it, it does not exist.
Right, you're doing
Why
it.
would you look?
Because it's part of the process of solving the problem. But on my end, that method is not an option.
So you're saying Firefox has no options tab?
That's not where I would be looking.
Why not? It's an option. Check the options tab.
I'm totally downloading Firefox to help.
Well, I don't remember which USB is my camera, so I was going to climb under my desk and unplug my camera, but
My laptop has a button that turns on and off camera, so.
Laptop froze. I'm done.
Should have rolled a higher tech use.
Old laptop. It has a hard disk drive, for starters. Secondly, I'm using approximately 50 gigabytes of the 500 plus that I could put on it, but it still takes like 5 minutes to actually turn on and actually do stuff at any amount of speed. And for the record, I don't have any additional programs starting up when I initially log in.
Fuck, I can't even remember my Roll20 password.
Laptop was purchased in 2009 and it's a refurbished. So, yeah, old laptop.
I'd say. Okay, Trevor, I found permissions in Firefox.
Okay.
Up where your URL is, and you click on the right next to it, to the immediate left of it, and it rolls up, and the pop-out window says app roll20.net.
Mm-hmm.
Click the arrow over, and it'll roll over to the thing. Hit more information, and then
Done.
the very top tab will say General Media Permission Security.
Okay.
Hit Permissions.
Done.
Go down to where it says Use Camera. Unclick Default, and hit Allow.
All right. I guess there's no confirm button, so I guess it's done.
Yep. And
All right.
then
Let's see
exit
what
out and
happens when I. Yep. Restarting. No apparent changes.
Well, damn, I tried.
Yeah. Thanks.
I'm ready when everyone else is.
Does anybody else have Ryan as a black screen? Jared, do you have Ryan as a black screen or no?
Nope, I see him
we'll
moving
all
around.
have black, or you should.
I see him moving around.
I see him
Oh.
just fine.
Guess it's just her.
It keeps saying
I thought I
connection
had
failed.
fucked up. All right, I think I have a temporary workaround. Does one of you mind shooting me the a Discord invitation through Siren Song?
Not at all. In Roll20, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, I did it wrong. Hold on. There, I sent it to you. You're muted. If you're trying to talk to the other one, it's muted.
Figured out what it is. Oh my god.
Discord just hates you today, doesn't it?
Yes, yes it does. You know, I think I know what the problem is.
What's that?
What's the problem?
No, that doesn't make sense. Never mind. Ah, whatever. We'll just keep going, and I'll use the phone for now while I try and figure this fucking thing out.
As if smokers need.
What was that?
Wonder how big a D1 billion would be.
Depends. Do you ever want it to stop rolling?
True, you
Because
could technically make one whatever size you want, but if you want to carry it in your pocket, it will be a ball, almost.
I was about to say, because really, you could probably make one the size of sand. I don't think you could ever get it to stop moving.
Yeah, because then it'd be basically a ball at that point.
Yeah.
So you'd be better off running an algorithm to determine where it could land. So back to the simulations.
Right.
So are we good to go?
Well, I said that like 15 minutes ago.
Sorry, I was setting things up on the monitor.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm stuck on my phone and I'm going to be distracted while I try and fix this, but yeah, go for it.
All right, so where we left off before the break, you guys had just found this world and gotten, and yes, that message is a loop.
Okay. What I heard was there's flashing lights and then your mouth kept moving and I got no sound.
Okay, so there is a looped message basically coming from this world that says, "Welcome to Morthal. Uh, this was the only outcome of the war."
Huh.
So lots and lots of death.
An entire planet devoted to entombing their dead. And not just surface deep either, it's honeycombed throughout the planet. So, what? Scope out the biggest sarcophagus, try to find some data in this place? Not that disturbing the dead is a good plan, because it's not.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about going and disturbing the dead of a race that can make weapons this powerful. Do you really think they'd leave their tombs undefended?
Did on Catachan often enough. But that's
Well,
Catachan.
we can always try using the password again.
Do we want to try that?
I guess it wouldn't hurt to try.
All right. Your tech priest sends the transmission and gets no response.
Okay.
Yeah, I just say we get out of here. Not like this place.
All right, so if GTFOing is the plan, then Ryan, we will actually need you.
All right.
The jump to Cerita Prime was next.
So that is a 5 degrees of success on figuring out the time.
You don't know the route, so it'll add a little bit, but it should only take about a week in the warp to get to Cerita Prime. It's a fairly short jump.
All right, locating the Astronomicon. That is a 9 versus a 83, which is 7 degrees of success. Yes.
Jesus. Obviously,
Can't
you
fail the
auto.
next step.
Yep, so you know what's coming. How much do you succeed by steering it?
So what's 10 you said? Or 20 for not knowing where it is?
Yeah,
Minus
negative
20
20 for not knowing.
So that cancels out my rune caster. So I'm just rocking.
Plus 70.
Yeah. So I'm rolling against 143. No, sorry. I looked at the wrong thing. I'm rolling against 132.
Because that's so much, yeah. So how many degrees?
So if I was 1 point lower, I would have had 13 degrees of success.
Aw.
So only 12.
Alright, so you still get your mandatory encounter.
That almost feels like we should skip it, right? Almost.
Well,
It's
it's an
almost-
all's well, so it
Yeah.
actually ended up being. Alright, so you get there in about 30 seconds. You kind of jump into the warp and then run, you're like, oh shit, we're there.
That's amusing.
So take us out at Cerita Prime.
Do you want degrees of success? Because I can't actually fail.
No, you succeed.
Okay.
So you come out, in the real world, a negative 1 week has passed.
That's fucking hilarious.
That is extremely hilarious.
So Cerita Prime, the Cerita system is 8 planets, none of which seem to have an atmosphere on them. They all seem to be relatively just devoid of life. It's a red dwarf star. There doesn't seem to be anything initially interesting about this system. Would you like Steve Mark II to run a scan?
Yes, please.
Pardon,
Tell
what
him to
type of
do
star?
A red dwarf.
Huh. Jared,
So Steve says behind the third planet, he is actually picking up a ship of some kind. The initial scans didn't read it because it's got so little power coming off of it.
But it does have some power.
Yeah, it looks like it's running on some sort of emergency power, but it's definitely there. The initial sensors didn't pick it up, though.
Okay, so we're going to stay a little bit farther out and we're going to kind of round it to see if we can get a view of this thing or a better scan resolution. Like, not uber far out, but get a little closer and kind of, like, go out around it.
All right, so you guys kind of go into the system a little bit, and you go around the system to get a better angle at this, so that your scans can kind of show you what's there. And this is what you see adrift.
The thing looks sweet.
That's awesome.
Are you linking something in Discord or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in DM's images.
Huh.
And to put that into scale, that is about as long as the Emperor class battleship was.
Well, I would assume so. It's listed as a human capital ship. You may have the file path name sitting on there.
I have a file path name sitting on there.
Well, maybe it's a funny thing about the phone version, but its title, like the name of the picture, is former human capital ship.
I copied the link and threw it on a new window in Firefox, and yes, discordapp.com attachments, lots of numbers, former underscore human underscore capital underscore ship.
Luckily it doesn't really spoil anything, but I'll remember that in the future when naming files. Because when you just look at it in Discord, it doesn't have a name, so I just assumed it was just showing an image.
I always open original because it's bigger.
Yeah, and whenever you open original, it does the file path title.
Alright, I'll just change my file path titles. That's not that big of a deal. In this case, it's not that big of a deal, but thank you, Ryan. I'll remember to do that when it is a big deal.
Such as Elder Human Hybrid. What?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So that thing is just kind of adrift near the third planet. It seems to be barely powered and just kind of hanging there in space.
Okay.
Well, they certainly had good taste. Seriously, that thing is fancy.
How long did it take us to get closer?
It would take you a couple of days to fly all the way in, but you're about halfway there now, so.
Ooh, I can redo it.
Nice.
Yeah, you're not picking up. Actually, yeah, you're picking up like residual psychic signatures off of this ship, but nothing active. There were psychers on it at one point, and they were powerful.
Let our captain know what I picked up.
Okay.
So as you guys get close, your scans can definitely show this thing's been beaten up. Like, it's taken a lot of weapon hits.
A small part of me does want to hop on that thing just to poke around and look at them. Well, not them. Obviously, they're space dust at this point.
I want to poke around too.
Okay. So let's fly decently close and see what happens.
You approach it, nothing seems to happen. Although Steven tells you his scans, he's not picking up a warp engine, he's not picking up Geller fields, he's not picking up void shields. He's not really picking up the parts that you would recognize from ship tech.
Okay, and how intact is the ship? Like, I can tell it's beat up because it's gotten weapons fire and stuff, but how?
Quite intact, actually. From the weapons impacts, whoever shot at this thing used very accurate weapons and just targeted critical systems. They knocked her out of the fight as fast as they could with really accurate weapons.
Well, whatever they were at war with, or whoever they were fighting at the time, certainly knows what they were doing.
Right. So I'm willing to go check it out. I want to see if we can find out more information about this race and what they were doing.
Yeah, at this point, it's just being nosy. Steven, does it look like we need environmental suits for this?
It says sensors are showing the ship's life support is still operational. There's a few sections of the ship that should be vented out to space, but they're still showing the atmo in them. there's some sort of like energy field basically holding the air in where there should be a hull that's now being blocked by a force field.
Interesting. Right, well, the airflow in those environmental suits is bullshit, so I'm thinking I'm going in as is.
Right.
Besides, armor's uncomfortable under those things.
I don't have that problem.
Yes, well, try squeezing these puppies under some armor and then getting into a suit. And then walk off to put on armor.
To be fair, I'd like to point out, if you were talking about her boobs, Stephanie's got just about the same size as you do.
Yeah, but Stephanie wears a body glove.
I'm just gonna smile and nod.
All right, so you guys get on your gun cutter and head over to the other ship.
So I'm going to look around. Do I see any docking bays or anything like that?
It takes you a little while, but there's definitely a docking bay.
Bud Light took us to
Why are you looking for a
TwitchCon
docking
here in
bay?
San Diego,
Do we have a method to
California.
punch a hole through a wall and you're with
The fact that Bud Light is sponsoring us.
I don't know. Panache?
We don't want to necessarily.
Besides, last time I heard you actually went to the docking bay of an area you weren't necessarily desired. Wound up in a bad situation. Didn't get the whole story. Got a hunch I shouldn't ask.
To be fair, that was a whole chaos-tainted area. I'm going to turn to Jeremy. Not really any chaos staying here other than normal, I'm guessing.
Just normal. I also don't want to punch a hole in it just in case we lose atmosphere.
I hate it when you talk sense. Come on, you just stole some of my thunder, but okay.
Okay, so I'll land it in the little pad if it allows me to.
So yeah, your gun cutter actually passes right through this force field that seems to be over the docking bay. Out in the docking bay is actually a full atmosphere, even though there's no blast doors closing to the outside of space.
Nice.
I want that tech.
Unfortunately, since we didn't bring our void suits, it's not like we can jack this tech at the moment. Because I'm assuming if we take it out of the ship, it will power down.
Wait, why in the nine hells did we not bring our void suits? We're
Seems like-
investigating a ship.
Well, because there's a force field around it keeping the air in, and there's full atmosphere on every single part of the ship.
Yes, because we have every reason to trust that a ship that we find derelict isn't going to fail catastrophically when we set foot on it.
Actually, I
'Cause
was
that's
thinking...
Or
I was thinking before we came over that I was thinking about putting my void suit on the shuttle. Since we seem to be only going as a party, there would be room for it.
yeah, that's so. It's kind of like why would we not have our void suits at least here?
I grew up on a death world. I know fuck all.
Well, then you can
right,
leave your void suit at home.
Hey,
Well, I'm bringing mine.
seeing that
just
other
to be
people are
clear.
bringing theirs.
So I brought mine, but it's on.
So
the,
wait.
it's on the shuttle.
Mine is
So we
beyond
thought
the shuttle as
not
well.
to bring it, and suddenly you are? Is there something I'm not being told? There's something I'm not being told.
We got room on the shuttle.
Yeah, everyone just kind of shoved it in the trunk in the back.
Or technically, doesn't it have room for like 10 people?
Yeah, there's enough room to have your void suits hanging in the primary bay because you're not bringing friends.
You should know the rule. You need to suit up, you say it. I'll be right back. And walk off. Fetch void suit. Come back.
All right, so you guys are over on the other ship in the docking bay.
The enemy ship.
Not
No!
an enemy necessarily. Just saying.
No, everything is perfectly safe, said no one who played a 40k game.
Well, in character, there's no reason to say that these are enemy ships. The only time we got an enemy-like reaction was when we miscommunicated.
This is true. All right, let's explore.
Okay, so I'm gonna head up to what kind of looks like the bridge area, probably.
Yeah, you can access a panel and figure out where the bridge roughly is. The bridge, by the way, is actually in that spine off the bow. So the bridge is basically as far forward as possible on the ship.
Interesting. So I'm gonna go inspect that area. I'm gonna go walk off in that direction.
Seems as likely a place we're going to find any tech worth accessing.
I'll follow you like a lost puppy.
So the bridge is blown to shit. Like, there is a hole leading out into space, and these weird force fields are the only things keeping it in. It's obvious the bridge was one of the primary targets of whoever attacked this ship.
So I'm gonna nervously look at the big hole into space and then kind of walk into the bridge and see if there's any like data chips or data areas that are still intact.
There's a few consoles that you could probably jury-rig to get going.
So I'm gonna motion to Charlie.
He looks at you. You want me to see if I can't get it active?
Yeah, maybe get it active, or at the very least get some information about what happened to this thing.
So Charlie fiddles around with it for a few seconds before a giant cascade of sparks come out of the terminal he's working on. He goes, I think I modified this terminal, guys.
Even with my +10 that I just like passively give people.
Yeah, he still fails by 5 degrees of failure.
Damn.
Damn it, Charles. Well, I don't tell you how to do your job, but
That's actually almost impressive.
that's yes, but never the impression we're looking for. She offers a helpless shrug. Can't win every time, Chief.
Says there might be more terminals in engineering, maybe?
Okay, well then let's go to engineering. And then she's gonna mutter to herself, maybe you won't fry those.
Alright,
Yeah.
so it's a long walk to get back to the rear of the ship. Engineering is actually right about behind where those wings come out, but before it goes into the narrowed tail.
I thought as much.
Engineering definitely has seen better days. It was obviously a heavily targeted spot too, but it was better defended, more layers of armor, things of that nature. There's more of it intact, even though they were obviously targeting here as well. One thing that catches you guys, like as soon as you come in, all of you that you've been on spaceships, the giant plasma core you're used to seeing in like Imperial ships and things isn't there. In the center of engineering is just what looks like a small cylinder, and there's a window into it. You can see a single 8-sided crystal just kind of suspended in there.
Okay. And it's obviously powered down at this point, right?
It is not actually. The ship seems to be running on minimal power, but the reactor is still generating energy.
Hmm.
Interesting.
And Charles kind of looks down, says, "Yeah, he can confirm. I can confirm, what you've already kind of guessed. What we're looking at here is the main reactor for this whole ship."
This cute little thing is the reactor for this.
He kind of checks a couple of his instruments and says, This cute little thing is generating as much power as the plasma cores in probably a dozen Emperor-class battleships, and it's in low-power mode right now.
You mean there's more where that came from? Well,
I'm guessing it could probably generate 1,000 times the power it's currently generating.
right. Well, I don't suppose it would be going beyond my pay rate to tell someone else to repurpose this for our soon-to-be retrofitted big ship.
The only flaw with your logic is we need our void suits at the very least. Because if we try to take this thing out of here,
I wasn't suggesting right now because I need this air.
Charles kind of
Okay.
looks at you. Are you actually suggesting that I figure... You realize what just happened when I fiddled with something on the bridge, right? Can your brain actually imagine the size of the explosion if the containment on this was breached?
Well, it would be
No,
fantastic.
it can't, actually.
I
Right.
mean,
Well,
technically
this is
a
of course.
Good.
This is where I would be pressuring out of character. This is where I would be pressuring Artor into doing this exact dumb plan, but I'm not because I can't.
Because I mean, because a plasma core blowing up is so much worse or so much better.
Dead either way, but I see your point. Catastrophic failure, especially with foreign tech. Well, clearly you need to go find a how-to manual.
So I'm gonna ask Charlie, what do you find in these terminals? Irrelevant of arguing about over we're gonna take the core or not.
He kind of looks at them. Now he can succeed, apparently. These engineering terminals, they're more familiar to him. He says, standard engineering stuff, looks like power flow regulation. Most of the ship systems can be controlled from here. Some technical schematics, some basic stuff here as well.
All right. Is there any information about what type of systems are on this ship?
It looks like she was built as a dreadnought. This thing has, well, it says 32 energy batteries. I'm guessing from the energy output showing to these weapon systems combined with what we saw in the rings, these are the kind of things that hit that ring.
Okay. So
I'm not seeing shields as we know them, void shields. It's got thick armor, so I'm guessing they probably relied on the armor.
okay, and any information or anything about this bubble keeping us alive here?
Looks like some sort of force field keyed specifically to air molecules, keeps them from passing through it, allows other molecules to pass through them. Looks like it's some sort of emergency system on the ship. If the ship suffers a hull breach, it immediately closes the hull breach.
That'd be incredibly useful.
That is just so fascinating.
He said that we might be able to get out. He starts fiddling around with one of the consoles. It looks like that's being generated by a much smaller device. It would probably take a lot of power to run it, but theoretically, we could take that device with us.
Okay, and then how big is this power core? Like the power core for this?
It's probably about 4 feet tall by about 3 feet across.
Right, it's a Final Fantasy crystal. Got it.
Well, the crystal inside is like you can see it through a window, is why. And basically, it's just suspended in the center of this thing. The crystal is about the size of a D8. That's the actual power source.
Oh,
The rest of it is just shielding and control systems.
Got it. It's a 0-point module.
it's also not something you really want to expose yourself to, probably.
So, and I'm gonna look kind of longingly at that power source. Is there any way we could get that?
I really wish there was a way.
He says, take me back in time to the guy that built this ship and have him explain to me how to get it out without blowing up reality, then yes. Other than that, probably no.
That or, haul the ship back and retrofit it.
We have no way to haul it back. See,
Not right now.
our ship doesn't really have the nice little tow chain that she did.
Yes, the anchoring technology.
Yes,
Charles also
not right
speaks
now.
up. He also goes, and also, I wouldn't want to be on this ship when we bought it in the warp. It doesn't have a Geller field. At least not one I can see.
Oh,
Yes, but if you really want that sort of power source in your ship, it would still be much easier to find a way to retrofit one that already has it installed.
Right.
true.
Okay,
Even if it means hauling out the components for a Geller field and setting them up here.
So anything else interesting here?
This is other than that, as I'm looking at the blueprints of this thing, I can't figure out. The ship has a course. Like, this ship has traveled interstellar. I can't for the life of me figure out how it did it, though, because they don't have anything that resembles a warp drive.
What do they have to power the ship? Or to move the ship, basically?
Honestly, I'm looking at gibberish. Like, it talks about translocation technology.
Translocation. So, like,
Teleportation.
It says, yeah, it's kind of similar to a teleportium, except, again, it seems like if I'm half understanding what these manuals are saying right, the ship just kind of stops being where we are and then starts being where we go.
Be nice if sometime in the near future we'd be able to understand this.
This gets more bizarre by the moment.
Can you tell if this ship has any cloaking abilities?
Looks around. Doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like they equipped this vessel with it. I guess they didn't assume it would need it.
Damn.
to be fair, this thing is the size of a dreadnought.
I don't know what that means.
It's huge. You know the big battleship we saw? It's
Okay.
about
It's that big.
yeah.
I was thinking of just cloaking it so only we knew where it was.
Well, to be fair, I mean, it doesn't look like anyone's been here in ages.
This is true.
So bookmark where we are and find it later. Well, of course, take what we can today. Hopefully.
And then kind of analyzing the ship and everything, does it look like, depending on how much damage there is to this, would it be possible if we could figure out how to, mind you, get this thing functional again at some point?
He just stares blankly at you. I don't know what half the systems on this do, like, more so than our ships. You're asking me if we can fix it. I don't know what's broken on it. I mean, I can guess that there's something wrong with the bridge due to the fact there's a hole in it, and there's massive damage along the dorsal spine, which is some sort of long distance sensor system. That's shot to hell. But other than that, this thing has been through a war, and I don't even begin to know what half the systems that were destroyed do. So, is the hull intact? Yes. Mostly,
Anti-security
other than
ship.
the holes.
So is this ship made out of the same kind of metal material that the Forge Wolf was?
He walks over to a wall, kind of scrapes at it. Looks like it, yeah. Looks like whatever they. This is kind of their engineered metal, I'm guessing.
Okay. So yeah, I think the best bet is there hasn't been anyone over here in ages. It doesn't seem like it. There's no evidence of it. So we'll just leave it here for now and maybe come back for it. Cuz I don't want to risk deactivating, the shield for the air. That could potentially be catastrophic. Yes, it would be useful overall.
But if we're even remotely considering retrofitting or fixing this thing and not actual fixing the old tech, she mentions to Charles, really just bringing it up to speed for how we understand warp travel and how it should be managed. Yeah, I wouldn't want to sacrifice that part of the ship, the part that keeps the air molecules in.
Hey, Ryan, you still around?
Yep, even if I occasionally miss the push to talk button on my phone.
I was just saying a connection failed on you in Roll20, so I figured I'd ask.
I'm doing fine with him again. I was getting that glitch earlier. I don't know how I fixed it. Just kind of leave him and he'll eventually show up. It's like I kept reloading and reloading and reloading and didn't fix it, so.
Okay.
But eventually I could see Ryan's face again.
Okay, so continuing then.
And
Oh,
he's.
Ryan's.
All right, there we go.
All right, so are you guys jacking anything while you're here? Are you just leaving it be? What are you doing?
Is there any sort of man-portable technology in here?
Steven looks on. Um,
Aside from that, pointing at the actual power source.
That's not man-portable.
it says the ship schematics list that there's an armory.
I am
Excellent.
getting directions where that armory is. Malika looks
Says-
expectant and anxious.
He says that it's near us. It's definitely near the heart of the ship, which makes sense. Yeah, it's definitely a man-personal armory. It's personnel weapons. So I'm guessing if they have man-portable stuff, that might be a good place to look.
Yes,
Right,
that
who's
would.
carrying stuff with me? She makes eye contact with Stephanie. And you better come.
Yes,
But you
that's
hired
the
me as
best.
you hired me as personal security. But I could convince you to come with.
And technically, Alex assigned you to me. She says as she walks in the direction of the armory.
Malika is almost skipping. Like she starts and then it stops.
All right, so you guys get there, and the door is clearly labeled armory, and it's sealed.
it have a keypad next to it?
It does.
What does it look like?
Looks like the standard keypads, except it's displaying locked this time.
Well, I don't suppose password would work.
Or 0000.
So I'm gonna fiddle with it for a second and see if passcode comes up. Like if I touch the screen, does it like?
Yeah, if when you touch the screen, it basically brings up a keypad.
So I'm gonna try the general passcode.
So when you enter it, turrets descend on either side of the corridor from you and aim at you from the ceiling.
But don't shoot yet.
No. You hear a very human-sounding voice saying, You have entered an incorrect passcode to a restricted area. Leave and report to your supervisor immediately.
I vote we leave.
That seems like a good place to go.
Yeah, let's leave and see if the
Milik is
turrets
pointing
descend.
in that direction.
The fact that is it speaking in High Gothic, Low Gothic, what?
It's speaking in the kind of broken language.
Okay, broken language that most resembles.
Gothic. It's the language you guys have been hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of resembles both. Basically, is what it kind of is like a combination of High and Low Gothic and something else. Is the impression that I got.
Yeah, I say we go around the corner and see if the turrets rescend.
Okay.
As you guys back off and start to walk away, both turrets go back up into the ceiling.
Hang here a second. I will re-approach the doorway.
Turrets don't descend.
I don't fuck with the keypad and return to the party.
Was there
Well,
data?
Stephanie, you're the one less sticking around with it. How about you reapproach it? I don't think they'll actually fire. I just want to see if they recognize you.
First off, I'm gonna ask: was there a like a general information terminal anywhere, like in the bridge or the what seemed to be the captain's quarters or something like that?
You haven't found anything that resembles a captain's quarters, but there's been panels on the wall basically that you can access. That's how you found the bridge to begin with.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask Charles to look through and see if he can find any reference to a key code or something for the military branch or
Yeah, like the quartermaster's quarters. Maybe he's dumb enough to leave his notes laying around. It's worked before.
Charles said all you can
Once.
find is it looks like the only people who had access to the personal arms like armory were the security force on the ship and the command officers.
okay, any reference to like a command officer's quarters or anything like that?
He said it looks like the main officers' quarters were all up near the bridge just after it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna actually head in that direction because I want to check it out. Because I'll take a step towards the door and see if the tourists recognize me.
They don't react.
I didn't think they would, but yeah, I want to head to the basically higher officers' quarters area.
Let's roll.
All right, you guys can head up there. There's 6 large rooms pretty much straight aft of the bridge. You're guessing those were the command officers' quarters because they're the largest and nicest quarters you've passed.
Okay, and by any luck, they might be unlocked.
They are.
So I'm gonna go into the first one and start looking around. Are there any like notebooks or anything like that?
Any paper, anything would have degraded a long time ago. There is a terminal though.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of see if I can get the terminal to register or whatever.
Terminal boots up. It looks to be you can figure out pretty quick this was the captain's quarters.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm rifling around their personal shit.
There's not much personal shit left after 180,000 years.
Well, I was thinking of... Yeah, I guess you're right.
Okay. So I'm gonna look. Are there any like files or password protected or anything?
Looks like he didn't really lock his computer systems down.
Okay, so I'm gonna look to see if there's anything like journals or saved files or hidden files or anything like that.
A lot of the data is corrupted. You're guessing just due to the passage of time, it wasn't designed to store data this long, but you can get fragments of what were probably captain's logs.
Any references to like passwords or anything?
No, he references in a couple of them resetting the password to the next password. Basically, you're guessing that they probably rotated the password on that. Fairly standard among ships. Rotate the password, send it out to the people that need to know it, but there's no reference to the actual password.
Any other interesting references?
You get the impression, just as the general tone of these, what fragments you can get of the logs, this ship was on the losing side of a war. Like, at the beginning, the first few fragments you can get, timestamp wise, were very optimistic about their chances, and as the timestamps go on, there's more and more desperation in the captain's logs.
Is the enemy that they're fighting ever described?
All he describes the enemy of is the enemy of freedom.
Huh.
Lovely.
And you hear a few references that for the good of humanity, they have to beat them.
Right. Well, as she's kind of poring over that, what I intend on doing is inspecting the rooms adjacent to the armory and above and below adjacent to it, seeing if there's any alternate route to it that isn't secure. I know it's a bit of a long shot, but hey, if there's a
The
convenient hole in the
room
wall, I'm going
above the
for it.
armory is not actually locked. Looks like just a
Anyone?
general storage room, basically.
Anyone coming with me?
I'll come with you.
So
Charles also mentions to you the ship isn't in the best way, as you can tell, and it's running on minimal power. He thinks he could probably bypass the lockout on that door, but he's not sure how those turrets are going to take it.
Yeah.
Let's hold off a second on that, I guess. And who knows how many other turrets are on this thing? The answer is probably way more than we care to know.
So I'm gonna look on the captain's computer. Is there like an area for a like a security system or anything like that?
Like, what are you looking for? I don't think I'm quite understanding.
Like a central control hub is basically what I'm looking for.
Like a security office?
Pretty much.
It looks like it was basically controlled from the bridge.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else interesting other than the references or whatever, I'm gonna go ahead and close out the computer and then head to the bridge and see if I can find the security terminal.
There is a reference to basically an answer to Seven Dooms. That the other side built Seven Dooms, and his side built, but the data's corrupted on what his side built. So yes, and actually to answer your question, there is a reference to the enemy there, the fact that they were the ones that built Seven Dooms, the enemy.
Terrifying.
okay. By the way, when he's talking about for the good of humanity, Now, this is one of the weird things where I'm asking about the syntax of the language. Does he say it as if he is part of the humanity that he is saying for the good of, or not?
Yes, it is. You can tell from the syntax he's referring to himself as part of it.
What is that room above the armory that you said is not secure?
You can guess it was used as general storage at one point, kind of half cargo bay, half general tools storage. That's why it's not secured.
Okay. Well, I will enter it and poke around a bit.
I'm there with you.
There's just some general, looks like kind of general parts. At least that's what you're guessing is. They seem like circuit parts maybe for some of the computers in the ship. Just general spares, basically.
Okay. Nothing that I would understand, and even if I were a tech priest, could at best guess their intended function, but not understand how it's used.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. Well, I'm going to look around for any insecure flooring, because if I have to descend from above into the armory, it's probably not the worst plan.
The floor doesn't look insecure, but yeah, you're definitely just standing on floor panels. The flooring is just metal plates, basically, but they're all kind of welded / fastened in place.
Right, and these guys built things to last.
Yeah, it's built like a warship.
So, on the security terminal, is there like a central security hub, basically, where you can control the drones or the turrets and the basically ship defenses?
There was on the bridge.
But not anymore.
Yeah, the side of the bridge that's kind of vaporized and off into space. You can figure out that's the side of the bridge the security controls were on.
Of course. All right, so I'm gonna go walk and find How do you say your character's name?
Malika?
Malika.
I keep flip flopping. Malika, Malika. Let's go with Malika. But more often than not, she actually goes by Katia. And scales when people call her Cat.
So I'm gonna look in the hallway downstairs, basically on the level of the where the armory is. I'm gonna look at where the turrets descended out of. Was there like a turret at each end of the hallway, or?
They were just to either side of the door, basically. It's obvious they were placed to either side to kind of guard that door.
Okay, and then basically the corridor isn't that far.
The corridor extends quite a long direction in either way. It's one of the major corridors through the ship.
Okay, and there's no other branches or anything at a shorter distance?
Oh, there's quite a few branching paths that go all throughout the ship, so yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and give Charles the go-ahead to maybe try to hack the door if he feels decently comfortable, and we'll keep a very close eye for the turrets, because theoretically it takes them a little bit to descend, and if they start descending too much, then we can basically make a run for it.
So just to be clear, I'm not talking about like hacking the security codes. I don't even understand how the computers work. The power grid to the ship isn't very good right now. I'm guessing I could basically cut the wires, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and theoretically, if you cut the wires, there shouldn't be any communication between it and the basically turrets, and theoretically, if we get just a little lucky, we can maybe bypass it.
Says, I'll give it a shot.
Hopefully you don't get shot.
Did Stephanie tell us where she's at, what she's about?
Yeah. I told her to be careful, we're downstairs, we're gonna try to hack the door.
Right. Hey, don't suppose you could find the wiring to all the turrets there so that we would have a safe spot in case shit goes to shit?
There's only 2 turrets so far, and there's a hallway down, basically.
So as soon as he pops the control panel up, both turrets descend and open fire in a split second. Just on him.
Okay.
I don't hear jack shit because these are thick walls.
Yeah, Charles is really, really, really dead.
Well,
Well, it was good while it lasted.
By the way, the panel is actually he managed to flip it off, so the wiring is actually exposed and the turrets have retracted.
Alright, Deadeye, shoot it.
I was gonna say,
And I'm heading downstairs, for the record.
I figured we were already down there.
Yeah, when you get there, Trevor, you see just the tech priest's mangled body just torn to shreds on the floor with energy weapon shots, and the captain and Ryan just kind of standing there.
so I'm gonna duck around the corner, and I'm gonna aim my last at it and see if I can shoot the little wire.
Okay, so make a ballistic skill shot.
Shit,
I'm
damn!
going to move
Dive around the
behind
corner.
her.
Should I
Yeah,
just roll
yeah.
my weapon, or do you want me to just pure ballistics go?
Roll a shot from your weapon, basically, to try to just hit the panel.
No modifiers.
Just give me a roll. You successfully hit it. Just a shower of sparks comes flying out of it, and you see the door half crack open.
Okay. So, what about the turrets? Do they seem like they're gonna descend again?
They haven't descended yet.
Any volunteers want to go first?
So I'm gonna tentatively kind of stick my head up back out in the hallway and kind of step out in the hallway and see what happens.
Nothing happens.
I step in front of her. But I am
Pointedly
I am
ignoring you.
pointing my storm bolter at the closest turret.
Pointedly ignoring you, she steps around you and takes another step towards it, and kind of.
I bat at you. Don't get in front of the crosshairs.
So the turrets don't react to your approach.
To the door.
She's gonna talk over her shoulder. I'm assuming that you had at least some semblance of accuracy.
Yes.
And then I'm gonna just go walk up to the door and push the door open.
Alright, the door slides open.
Yes, well, you're also a distraction. And then shoulder the storm bolter.
So inside it's really a cleaned out armory. It looks like it was a fully stocked armory, but you can see things knocked over. It looks like people grabbed the weapons out of here in a hurry. There are still some left, however.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go and kind of inspect them and see what I see.
Yes. This too.
Agreed.
So there are 2 rifles in racks on the wall. And then you find 5 what look like about the size of hockey pucks, basically. But high tech, basically.
Are there any obvious switches, depressions, buttons?
Yeah, there's definitely a switch basically in the center of it.
Right. I'm going to assume hitting that one is the bad plan. Right. And I'll go back to inspecting the rifles. Do they have any obvious sights?
Doesn't look like obvious sights, but they've definitely got triggers. You recognize the design. It's a rifle.
Right.
Okay, anything else in the armory? Any swords? Any other pistols? Anything like that?
It looks like the rest of it's been cleaned the hell out.
Does the firearm have a magazine, a barrel? Like, is it recognizable as an energy weapon or a projectile weapon?
It looks like an energy weapon because it doesn't seem to have a large magazine. As for trying to figure out what its weapons, like what its ammo is or anything, if you want, I was going to have Charles do a tech use, but he's kind of in a pool of his own blood.
Well, technically, we have Chris's character with us too.
Oh, right. His character can actually try to use a tech use to try to figure it out. Basically, it is a rifle design, and it is obviously an energy weapon of some sort. Like, you can recognize at least that much. It's got a barrel that the energy bolts would come out of. It's got a trigger that you would probably pull to fire them. It has several buttons down the left side of the gun with symbols on them that you don't recognize.
And how many of these rifles did you say there were?
There were 2 still in the armory.
Okay. Well,
To be fair, only 2 people in the party can use them anyway.
Artur is clearly inspecting one, and I'm holding the other.
Yeah, you 2 are literally the only 2 that can use them. The rest of us can only use pistols.
And technically can use these. Starts juggling. No, I'm not.
Actually, like, these are probably going to be considered exotic weapons.
Yeah, you have a point.
True, but the 2 people that know rifles and basic weapons basically are gonna go look at them first. And technically would be the most qualified out of us.
So Artur manages to actually roll really good on his tech use. Apparently, I just need to be rolling you guys' tech use tests,
But not pilot.
but not warp navigation.
Navigation, yeah.
Well, that too.
You see him fiddling around for it a little bit, and then he hits one of the switches, and basically a shutter opens up on the side, and a small crystal falls out into his hand.
This seems like common tech. Does that look exactly similar to the ship's power core?
Similar, but not glowing nearly as much.
Ah.
And it's clearly a D4, not a D8.
No, it's just the smaller version of the crystal of light.
But Artur kind of holds it up. Ammo.
You don't say. Well, hopefully that fires for a while because, hey, what button was that again? And show him the rifle.
He shows you which one. It's the furthest rear of the 3 buttons on the side.
All right, and if there's one in the gun, it drops into my waiting hand.
Yes, and it's glowing just as much.
Shiny. So I'll inspect where it fell from. Is there a very obvious housing for it? Like,
Yeah,
how
it's
to
obvious
seat
that it would only slot in one way.
All right, I'll revamp the thing.
So you slot it in, the shutter closes.
Well, that's neat. New toy. And I advise that we toy with these things. She points at the high-tech hockey pucks in a place where we aren't exactly in closed corridors and with a ship that I'd rather not mess up.
Yeah.
And, with a really seriously long stick. Hey, maybe we've got our new method of opening up the next pony cake I get.
All right, so for the mechanical purposes, by the way, you guys, of those rifles, those follow the rules of the Tau Pulse rifle with a few exceptions. They're Pen 5, not Pen 4. And they have 50 round clips, not 36 round ones.
All right.
Nice.
That's absurd.
And you do not have a supply of ammunition for them unless you can find a supply of ammunition for them, obviously.
Right.
Even though you have the weapon and normally you have unlimited ammo for whatever weapons you have, because you didn't buy these or anything, you don't actually have a supply of ammunition until you can find a supplier.
Right. For now,
Speaking-
I have 50 shots for this gun, assuming it does indeed have a full magazine. For purposes of keeping track, is it full?
For purposes of keeping track, yes, both of those have full magazines.
Okay.
So, out of curiosity, looking around the room, is there anywhere that more of those little crystals could be stored?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
there
kidding,
are
gotta find
boxes
Truth Go.
underneath the underneath all of the racks that you can basically slide out as drawers.
So I'm gonna
Yeah,
slide out one of the
um,
boxes. Yeah.
There are slots where about 30 of these crystals would have been. All are gone.
Oh.
Okay,
Beneath
Good.
beneath all of them, or
Beneath each one of the, basically around the whole room, there's about 9 of these drawers. Each one of them would have contained about 30 of these crystals. All of them seem to be gone.
okay?
Right. Who wants to go tossing drawers and officer quarters with me? Because I want more of that.
I will help you.
Anyone else?
Through the officers' quarters, I'll just save time rather than doing each one individually. You find a grand total of 1 more crystal. But it is not glowing as much as the one that came out of your gun.
So I have used one. Ish.
Okay. I'll mark that down. Partially consumed power crystal?
For purposes of your notes, obviously your character doesn't know this.
Right.
That crystal has 30 rounds left in it.
Okay.
Just so that if it comes up in a big fight, I don't have to look back through my notes and figure it out. You already have it noted how many rounds that thing has.
Right. It's just one time I go for full auto or semi-auto fire, and it quintessentially goes click.
Click, click, fuck.
Yep.
Pull trigger for full auto. Realize nothing happens. Take cover.
Chuck the weapon at him.
No! It's my baby.
No god.
And all told, through all of your searching of the armory and everything, again, you come up with, I believe I said a grand total of what, about 6 of those hockey pucks?
You said 5.
You find another one searching the officers' quarters, so.
Okay. So
Okay.
6.
Are they explosives? They kind of seem like explosives.
They're gender plates. See, put the plate on that. Yes.
Put the plate on the big button on top
Yeah,
of
they're
it.
totally, the medical device. You just press the button and all of your problems go away.
Permanently.
Guardsman, you are correct. Here, have an award. It's magnetic. It goes right on your helmet. Slap. Have a good day. Quickly walk off.
Oh my goodness.
That's when we find out it has an explosive radius of 1 kilometer.
Damn.
Lovely.
I guess if we're done here, we can go to Marwall.
So, how are we doing on supplies? Probably pretty well.
You're about maybe a little over halfway through your supplies.
Awesome. So yes, tomorrow. After we get to the ship, obviously.
By the way, just so you guys, obviously, again, you guys do not know this in character, okay? So just for note taking, those grenades you have are crack grenades, except that they have blast 1.
Blast 1 means radius of...
1 meter.
Oh, okay.
But
When you
otherwise,
really...
they hit with the force of a crack grenade.
Right. When you really, really need something dead, crack grenade.
Actually, crack grenades really don't do that much more damage. They just have pen. And not even like a superb amount of pen, just some pen.
Sorry, I'm thinking of multi-bomb. When you really need something dead.
Yeah, melter bombs kind of really make something dead.
Right, that's... Oh, Predator tank? Multi-bomb.
Yeah, those were just standard issue, kind of their version of frag grenades, though, so.
You're aware that a normal frag grenade has blast 5, right?
Actually, a frag grenade has blast 4, so those have blast 4.
Oh, blast
Okay.
4, okay.
Yeah, those have the blast. Basically, how I wrote them is they have the damage and pen of a crack grenade, but the blast radius of a frag grenade.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, when I perform science on a kegger, we find out that there is no more keg or for kegging. Nothing to do a beer stand on, or a cake stand.
But yeah, I screwed up the blast radius on those. But yeah, they were supposed to have the blast radius of a frag grenade, but the damage of a crack and piercing of a crack grenade.
Okay then.
So yeah, those were basically their standard issue frag grenades. All right, so heading to Marwolv.
Where am I going to find this Tau pulse rifle?
It is in Into the Storm, page 120.
By the way, the range,
Thank
the
you.
damage, the clip, and the reload are all on the spreadsheet
Oh,
for them too.
Yeah, in the spreadsheet, it's line 227 of the weapon tab.
Yeah, this spreadsheet
Yeah,
is fucking amazing.
I know. I just kind of forgot to access that when I was multitasking horribly.
But yeah, so that is the rifle basically. Yeah, with the exception that it's better at penetrating and it's got a larger magazine.
Eh.
Right.
All right, Ryan, give me an estimate of warp.
That is 2 degrees of success.
That's successful for you to learn something very important before you jump into warp. There is a massive push out coming from Marwolf. Similar to what was coming out of Seven Dooms that made it so difficult to come out of warp there, but this is orders of magnitude more powerful.
Wait, for estimating the length of the trip?
That's also looking into the warp currents, isn't it? As I understand how that actually works mechanically. As I understood how that looked,
I'll also double check.
like as I understood it worked mechanically, is you looked into the warp to see like how the currents were flowing and things like that to estimate it. If I'm wrong, please let me know about that.
I thought that was charting the course.
Well, that's seeing like warp storms and stuff. not necessarily just the flow of the warp. And that what that's affecting is the flow of the warp, if that makes sense.
Well,
So I mean, it's the whole theoretically that could be wrong, but that would make sense. Is all I'm saying.
No, it's just an educated guess.
okay, so
Of
you
how
don't know
far-
that yet. So you don't know that yet. I was mistaken. I was confusing charting the course with that.
Yeah, that's just literally going, I think it'll take about this long.
Yeah, it's just using your knowledge of it. So it should, on this kind of a length of jump, take about 2 weeks for you to reach it. So jump and find the Astronomicon.
Huh. Well, I failed with no degrees of failure, so there's no penalty.
Yes, it just means you don't get any bonuses.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Well, a
Like,
success with no degree of success also doesn't hurt. Doesn't help.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
So basically, plus or minus 0.9. Or plus
So
or minus
you're just
0.8.
taking the -20 for trying to go somewhere you don't have coordinates.
Yes, but I have the plus 20, so that bumps that out.
Yeah, it basically negates your runecaster.
I am rolling like shit. Different dice set. So that is a failure on charting the course.
Okay, you don't know that then.
I'm gonna be honest. I've rolled above 80 twice now.
Wow. All right, so steer the vessel.
Good fucking thing I changed dice sets. That's actually a degree of success.
So 3/4 of the time. And then also I still do the subtraction for the runecaster because it does still get you there faster.
Yep.
In half the time. Yep.
Half the time of basically whatever it actually ends up being.
Yep. So I need to look something up quick. Excuse me. Ryan, I need the rules for actually demons in combat.
Oh God.
Right. Well, I'm going to gain water and lose water before this happens.
I imagine that would be under the allies and adversaries section of the book.
Is it actually in the core book?
It should be.
Should be. I know there's at least one example demon.
Okay, that's all I'll need is one. Ah, from beyond, that's where they are. Nope, those are just warp predators.
As far as I know, a warp predator is technically a demon.
Yes, it is. It's a type of demon. I just had never heard of it before. That's cool. All right, so everything is going fantastically. Right up until the 6th day when alarms go off all over your ship. For a split second, your Gellerfields went offline.
And back.
And within moments after that, you start getting security readings that something is tearing people apart on your gun deck.
Lovely.
So Keller Fields went down, and that's all I missed.
Gellerfields went down, and now something is literally tearing people limb from limb on the gun decks.
Well, shit.
Now I know where I'm going.
So yeah, I'm gonna grab my, bolt gun or bolt pistol.
And I grab my storm bolter.
Would it cause any problem? Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead, Trevor.
And start heading in the direction of where I am required.
So, am I actually capable of leaving to assist with this?
You've already charted the course, so yes, the ship can fly on its own now.
Okay.
I grab my plasma pistol and my shiny stick, and head on down.
You're not bringing your force sword?
I said my shiny stick.
He has a staff, not a sword.
No, I have a sword.
Okay.
Oh.
It's my shiny stick.
I was about to say it's a sword, it's not a stick.
Yeah.
like to
Overruled.
call-
It's a sword.
I like to call it my stick.
And though I don't always walk around with a storm bolter on hand, because let's be real, the thing just gets heavy after enough hours, I always do have my mono sword.
Yeah, I always have mine as well.
It's just convenient.
I'm just getting everything uploaded and ready to go.
Half the fight is getting over the fact that there's a chaos demon on board, and your willpower may or may not fail you.
Should be good times.
Yeah, which reminds me, I need to look up Jaded, because this might be a thing that is important.
It is certainly a thing that will be important.
Unshakable faith.
If only I was playing fuck. Now I can't even remember what they're called.
Wow,
Missionary.
that's... Yeah, Leon had immunity to fear 1 and 2, but I do not.
Well, missionaries have fucking pure faith, which makes them immune to like all the demon shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just great.
The power of the Emperor compels you.
Basically, except it's just like the demon's just like, I'm going to warp reality to twist your insides out. And you're just like, no, you're not. The Emperor protects. Spend a fate point. Spread protection to the entire party. Why?
Oh my god. That's so amazing.
Yeah, it could be burned. Pure faith is pretty fucking good, but it does cost a lot of fate points when you use that kind of ability.
All right, so you guys get down to the gun deck. Security there says we've got him trapped in one of the storage rooms. It's not going to hold for long, though.
Yep, that's why we're here.
Fantastic.
The storage room doesn't, like, vent to space, does it?
You wish.
Eject that compartment.
Yeah, no.
In 40K, everything can be vented to space.
Can't we just toss one of those pucks under the door?
We have an experiment
If you
with
want
that.
to blow
That is
a
a terrible
hole in
plan.
our ship, sure.
Do you realize how large a storage room on a void ship is?
Yes,
Good
but
point.
it would blow up that whole part of the storage room and potentially be catastrophic to the rest of the ship.
No,
No, the problem was it wouldn't hit him.
fine.
The problem is it wouldn't hit the demon. The issue
Yeah,
is the
the
blast
ship
radius
is
is
fine.
too small.
And we don't even know what it
It would,
does.
like, scratch the paint badly.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, there we have the storage room.
Okay, and initiative is 1d10 plus agility mod.
Correct.
And those are all your security personnel, kind of torn limb from limb on the ground.
Delightful.
Figured.
What weapons did it? Claws?
Yeah, literally just ripped apart.
Okay. It's not clean cuts. It's that person is opened up, and the walls are now a grisly shade of gore.
Yeah, this place is just like dripping with blood, basically. This thing has just ripped them apart.
Good thing I'm jaded. This wouldn't even affect me. No sanity check, just for looking at this.
By the way, are you bringing any of your red shirts in with you, or are you just going to try to take this thing on yourself?
I'm definitely going to hail some red shirts for this nonsense. I have forgotten, but really, Malika should not.
Yeah, she is the head of security.
So, how many red shirts are you bringing in? As many as you can? What are you doing?
How many red shirts do I have available?
Thousands.
No, I don't.
In this section of the ship, there's probably without waiting, just going now, you could get a dozen security personnel to just come in the room right now with you.
I will send out a general call for security to get to this part of the ship. Let's see here. From sectors X, Y, and Z, I guess, basically calling anyone who could be there inside a minute or 3.
Yeah, so standard procedure is basically when a warp incursion like this happens, security of the whole ship kind of descends upon it. So
Dogpile the shit out of that thing.
I wonder how many of them are going to shit themselves.
So are you bringing all 12 of them in with you, or what?
I'll actually... Yes. All 12 of them. How many people can we fit through a door at a time? I should have asked that first.
Well, technically, it's the whole thing of he's at like that far end of the room, and we're just kind of funneling people in. That's a lot of dudes.
I kept looking for him, like, where the fuck is this demon? It looked like one of the dead bodies on the ground to me.
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah, it did actually. It did to me too. Totally should have made him bigger.
There we go, mooks.
God, I
Yeah,
love our actual
how big are these
picture.
doors? And how many people can reasonably fit through the door? And
This is a cargo base,
Sure.
so it's got an extra large door. About 4 people can pass through the door at a given time.
I should probably blow up this map so I can see where we are. And now I see what the red shirt is. You weren't kidding, and I'm not disappointed. Thank you.
That was the most red shirtiest red shirt I could find on the internet.
You did good.
But here's the important thing. They're not stormtroopers. They can actually shoot things. Even if they will die, they will be useful.
Oh yeah, we got some use out of the first battle we had of red shirts.
I'm going to run them as 2 groups, basically, just to make this easier.
That's
Okay.
fine.
That works.
Well, I guess I really can't give them general orders as we run through, because I haven't really looked around this area a whole lot. And clearly the Chaos Demon goes first. What the fuck? Well, demons.
That's okay. There's a vague chance it won't reach us first.
That's what they want you to think. And then it goes invisible or teleports.
By the way, this is actually important. Are you sending the red shirts in first, or are you going in first?
Sending them in yes, actually sending them in first. I told them go forward and hang a right. We will sweep left.
All right,
Because
so
we're
that is the
essentially
more accurate location for everyone.
yes. Sorry. And what I mean sweep left, initially she's pointing more like in this direction, but that's before we open the door.
So reading movements, the 4 movement speeds are basically movement, run, charge. How's that work, Ryan?
There's move, sort of like a hustle.
And
Basically.
then there's charge, and then there's run.
Yes, and you can attack at the end of a charge or at the end of a half move.
Basically, my character sheet, by the way, phrases it as half walk, full walk, charge, and run.
Mother of
So
God,
it's-
that thing has legs.
Jesus.
So it charges in. Yeah, 8,
8,
16, 24, 48.
Jesus Christ.
I'm
Then
reasonably sure it has enhanced speed.
No, it has 5
No.
ranks of ultra time rate, clearly.
It has heightened senses, swift attack, and lightning attack.
Oh, fun.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm pretty sure that means essentially multiple attacks. Fuck you.
I think it
But
gets
not after a run.
Yes, it only gets 1 attack.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't move, it can make 3 attacks.
Now, let's see. So I roll 2d10 compared to its weapon skill. It hits red shirt number 1.
You say 2d10. I'm assuming you mean a d100.
Yes.
Okay. Because rolling 2d10 versus weapon skill would be retarded.
I mean a d100, but I roll it as 2d10s because I don't have a d100.
No, that's fine. You just, there's a split second of concern.
Oh, look at that. He only rolled a 20 every time. I rolled the worst I possibly could, and he still annihilates everything.
So how does tearing, toxic, and warp weapon work?
Well, tearing is
Reroll. Okay. Tearing, roll an extra d10, discard the lowest. We'll do these one at a time. Warp, ignore armor.
Okay. And toxic?
Toxic, you have to make a toughness roll, and then at a -5 per point of damage you took from the attack, or you take an extra d10 toxic damage that toughness does not protect from.
Nothing protects from it.
armor or toughness. Because I have it up, because I have toxic.
So bits and gibbles of this guy go flying everywhere.
Red shirt, red shirts.
Jesus Christ.
So before the toxic, he dealt 11 damage. After the toxic, he dealt another 8 damage. So
Right, well, that's 1 more point of damage than I have health.
all right, Carcel. So we need to start making some willpower tests for not going fucking gibbering insane with this thing.
Yep. I'm gonna fucking fail him. Yeah.
Fear 1, 2, or what?
Fear 2.
Exciting. Does that impose a greater penalty?
I believe so. Let me look that up.
Because I need to know what modifiers I'm working with first.
I hate this book sometimes. Seriously.
Understandable.
Because the fear rating, like fear 1 and 2, is not actually in the fear section.
What?
No, it's in like the insanity section, I think.
Okay, so yes, I've got it. You are at a -10 from this thing.
Oh boy.
It's willpower, right?
Yep.
I am so excited. I bear pass.
Carcel don't give two shits.
Do we have
5 degrees of failure.
Pardon, Ryan?
5 degrees of failure. Oh yeah.
So give me a D100 roll and add 50.
Actually, only 74.
So your character is frozen by terror at the sight of this thing charging in. You may make no actions until you snap out of it. After snapping out of it, you will take all tests at -10 for the rest of the encounter, and you gain 1d5 insanity points.
All right, I'll go ahead and roll that insanity right now. 1.
Good job.
Yay! So how does he start snapping out of that shit?
I am looking that up right now.
Okay.
Another
That
willpower test on my turn, if I recall correctly.
Yes,
Yeah.
willpower test at the beginning of each turn. If you fail the test, it just continues. You don't take any more insanity or anything. You just stay frozen in terror.
But if he succeeds, his turn is still consumed because he did nothing. But...
Nope, he gets the full turn because it's at the start of his turn. It doesn't even interfere if he succeeds.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I guess we need to determine whose agility is higher. Ryan, my agility mod is 4.
Go ahead and go then.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Well, Carcel's going first, so...
Yeah, that's
What?
my turn.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. We haven't actually started our turns yet. That was just the insanity thing. This
The
thing
fear.
just charged across the room at us, and we all had to take a willpower test.
Yeah, I didn't realize that he had updated it to Jeremy is up. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, by the
Oh,
way,
no.
Ryan, you're going to be taking all these willpower tests at a -10 now. Oh, sorry, plus his fear
That-
rating. So you're taking them all at -20.
I only take that -10 after I recover.
No. He has demonic presence. All creatures within 20 meters take -10 to their willpower tests.
Oh, what a dick.
He was outside of the radius when you first walked in, so you didn't take it on your original willpower tests, but now you are.
Interesting question. Does me being a navigator negate any of that? Because I am supposed to be more resistant to the mind-bending powers of the warp.
Yeah, then you're immune to demonic presence.
Ha ha! I thought there was something like that.
Yeah, you are. You're immune to his demonic presence, so you do not take that -10.
Is there anything for psychers?
No.
No, navigators are naturally resistant to the warp. That's why we're navigators.
Alright, so Carcel, you're up. You just watched one red shirt get torn to giblets.
I'm gonna yell that I'm gonna have the red shirt in front of me just stay the fuck there. And this motherfucking demon needs to make a willpower test.
Okay.
Suppose, let's see how many degrees of success I get. Okay, I've got 4 degrees of success.
He matches you.
What does that mean, Ryan?
I don't know. It depends. What are you trying to do? What's it say?
Okay, if I'm trying to sensory deprivation him. The Psyker makes an opposed willpower test against the target. If he succeeds, the target is struck deaf, blind, and unable to scent or taste for as long as the Psyker maintains power plus 1d5 rounds.
Give me a minute. If both succeed, the one with the most degrees of success. If both degrees of success are the same, the highest characteristic bonus.
What's your willpower bonus?
7.
All right, so you succeed.
And this
Nice.
motherfucker is blind, deaf, and unable to taste and scent. Apparently for one round.
I thought it was as long as you maintain it plus 1d5.
Yeah. So as
He's
soon as I
not
break
maintaining.
it,
Okay.
I had to look up traits so that I can just read these. That's a mind-affecting power, isn't it?
It totally is.
It doesn't do a damn thing.
okay.
You see him kind of shake its head and then just stare at you.
Really?
From beyond, immune to fear, pinning, insanity points, and mind-affecting powers.
Demons are dicks.
There's a reason why having a demon on board the ship is not a good thing.
And why you have lots of red shirts.
All right, so that means Malika, you are up.
Okay. Well, firing where I'm at right now, I'd be shooting through an ally. How does that work exactly?
I believe if it's like the tabletop, they get cover.
That makes the most
Well-
sense, and the system would do that too.
I thought in the tabletop, allied units didn't count as giving color.
Only in the newest system. When this came out, they did.
Oh, okay. Oh, right, I remember. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
but I'm
remember what we
looking.
made.
Pardon?
So basically, and the way cover works is you roll to hit, and if it's a part that's covered by the person by the cover, then it hits the cover.
Right. There's a really solid chance I'm just going to destroy a red shirt. So, half move is. Damn.
Should be 4.
It's what?
4, because it's your agility bonus.
You
Thank
could,
you.
however, half move and still semi-auto at
That's
no
the idea.
penalty.
The idea is half move because that would take me far enough easily. So that's the plan. Eh.
I think you need one more to be completely clear, right? No, I guess not.
No.
Carry on. I'm good, right?
No, you're good. Line is
Okay.
clear.
Okay, you can semi-auto, you can single shot at no penalty, semi-auto at no penalty, or full auto at -20.
Well, I'm definitely within half range, so there's a +10 there. So I'd be full autoing at -10, essentially.
Yes.
And because this is a motherfucking storm bolter with special rules that make sure it actually hits, I'm full autoing.
Well, it doesn't make, the special rules don't help it automatically hit. They just make it hit more every time you hit.
Yes, it's not going to hit more often. Odd rules. I have an idea. I can hit up to 4 with 4 shots, is how it really maths out. But
Well,
an
you
increased
can actually
chance
put
of
up-
making those 4 connect.
No. No, you roll to attack and hit like it's a single shot, but every time you hit twice.
Okay. Well, there's a chaos demon on board, full auto. Because I have moved, I'm taking the -10. This puts my ballistic skill at 50.
Roll a 10.
I unfortunately didn't. I rolled a 43.
So that is a hit with no degrees of success, so that is 2 impacts.
It's going to attempt to dodge. It succeeds at dodging by 4 degrees of success.
Okay. Well, that's that.
By the way, I should be able to give him a +10 to his willpower check, right? Basically,
Yeah.
dude, snap out of it.
Yep.
Kind of shove him like, dude, snap out of it.
Oh, hey, it's probably my turn. 1 second.
Yes, it is. Start
So
with
that means I'm rolling at base willpower.
Yeah.
Fail. Your turn.
All right, so you continue to cower in fear.
Get used to it. To make the talkie character, I had to make sacrifices. Willpower was the thing that went. Otherwise, I'd have like 60-some willpower right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna move over here. That's 4 meters. I sit by the crate, basically.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna fire with my bolt pistol with hellfire rounds at the demon. So I take a -10, right, for moving?
You're firing semi-auto?
Yeah.
Yes, you take no penalty, actually, because you're only semi-auto. So you can fire semi-auto with at +0.
Yeah, you just don't get
Plus
the plus from semi.
Sorry?
They just cancel out. It takes care of the -10, doesn't it? Because I thought you gained a
No.
+10 from semi-auto.
You normally get a +10 from semi-auto, yes, but you just get no bonus while moving. Like,
Okay.
there's no flat penalty for moving while shooting. It
Okay.
just depends on how you're shooting. However,
So-
you still totally get your motion predictor. You know what I'm talking about the motion predictor, right?
I think so.
Yeah, your bolt pistol has a motion predictor that's +10 when you're firing on semi or full auto.
It's only on. Oh. I can't fire my bolt pistol on full auto, first off, and I have an omniscope.
Your omniscope has a
also have a
motion
mo-
predictor. Yeah, you have a motion predictor and an omniscope. We gave you both.
Toad's promise.
So that's 13 damage, subtracting its toughness after that, right?
Yes.
Yes, however, you should hit it twice because you got, no, actually, sorry, my brain farted.
Yeah, so
Ignore
it's
that.
one.
Hit it once.
So hit it once, 13 damage, subtract toughness.
Yes.
Yes. And then he takes the toxic damage as well because I hit him with hellfire rounds.
Okay. So he has to make a toughness test.
I'm going to save you a bit of time. He's a warp entity. He's immune to toxic damage.
Oh, right. Yeah, these guys are bullshit.
And that's why we're only fighting one.
With an army. Speaking of, time for the first bunch of your army to go.
Hey, he can only kill 3 of them at one time. Oh,
Wait.
you mean for
You
them
mean
to
they
take turns.
succeeded on their will save, or did they fail so much that they just scattered?
But I have to see how many of them pass, how many fail.
So
I'm
I
here
just
to
roll a
help.
D6 maybe.
Dope.
So all 6 of them cower in fear.
Hooray, I'm in good company with plenty of bodies between me and the monster.
Meanwhile, Bar and I are strutting forward, nonchalantly firing at this thing.
Pretty much.
These 3 guys, however, decide they're going to be fucking badasses and actually do something. And they're all going to open fire with their flashlights on this thing.
And, annoy it to death.
Well, they would if any of them hit.
Well, shit.
I said red
It is
shirts,
its
not
turn.
stormtroopers.
Alright, so it's not going to move, it's just going to start tearing people apart, because there's still things in melee range with it.
Great, and lemon
Ah, it
juice.
only kills 2 this turn then.
So, first, it's going to kill this guy. And you see some of its injuries heal as it kills him. It's then
Sounds
going to
about
slaughter
right.
the next guy.
Aha! It is now stuck with nothing more to kill and without the ability to move.
And it seems to be fully healed from all of the injuries your bolt pistols did.
Now imagine taking on a dozen.
Alright, Carcel, you're up.
I'm just gonna move over here.
And hide
Pretty much.
behind the greatest number of red shirts you can find.
Do you blame
Exactly.
them?
After a full walk, you can't take any action, right?
True, but you could instead charge or run if you wanted to move further.
Oh, okay. I think this is good enough for now.
And remembering the scene, like, these guys aren't just going down, they're being ripped to giblets and thrown all over the room.
People confetti.
Meh.
Yeah, there's red meat confetti going everywhere right now.
Smells like a meat processing plant in here. Ugh. Open
Malika,
fire.
you're up.
Don't move and open fire.
Oh yeah, plus fucking 20.
Yeah. Failed by 0.4 degrees of failure. So I don't hit it at all.
Wait, even with a net total of plus 30?
Wait. Oh, I forgot that. So let's see here. That is not 1 degree of success, but I do succeed.
Alright, so you successfully hit. And it's going to dodge.
Of course it will.
And it's going to succeed by 7 degrees of success.
Mother of God.
It Neos the fuck out of that.
But I did roll a fucking 84.
So, yeah, it just kind of pulls a Neo and just dodges your shot easily.
Doesn't even have to try
How
hard.
did you fucking roll?
I rolled an 84.
No,
Oh.
Tyrion.
It's got a natural agility.
A
Times
natural
2.
agility doesn't add to dodge in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, I thought it doubled it for purposes of dodge too.
Nope.
Well, it still passes, but
doubles-
it only passes by 2 degrees then.
Yeah, it doubles its agility bonus, but not for movement. It's pretty useless, actually.
So it still dodges, just only by 2 degrees of success.
Yeah, okay, that makes way more sense. It's like the thing can't have 80 fucking agility.
All right. Ryan, are you still crapping yourself in fear?
Plus 10.
Yeah, that's cute. I rolled an 80.
Jesus.
You know what? I'll spend a fate point. We'll see. Oh, that did it.
Good job.
And that's not your turn wasted, so it's your turn.
He stopped pooing himself.
No. He's just now running while shitting.
Now
Given your
deliberately
close
shitting
range,
his
I think
pants.
you have bits of red shit on you.
So we'll go ahead and move over there. And then... Oh, actually. I had 3 squares. Oh no, I probably don't have line of sight to it without shooting Trevor in the back of the head.
Can I at least fucking duck?
I have a line of
That'll
sight.
work.
It's through dead red shirt, so it doesn't matter.
That's true.
So we're going to go with semi-auto. I realize I'm at a -10, but that's what my motion predictor is for. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to take a half action, roll against perception. What the fuck, dice?
Switch dice.
And I guess I'll take a single shot and switch die for that.
I know the other dice didn't like you either, but you need it.
And win.
Nice.
I actually
Alright.
have 3 sets of percentile dice.
If it
So,
makes you feel
Nora,
better.
you're up.
Wait, no, I know it won't.
So I'm gonna shoot at him with my bolt pistol again. Semi-auto.
Damn.
So that's 2 hits.
Yeah, because max 2.
Max 2. I don't have fully auto. It's a bolt pistol.
So what is that? Like double that in damage?
No, she rolls damage twice.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do I need to roll another damage roll?
Yes, because you hit it twice. Assuming. Like,
Yeah.
it has already dodged, so yes, you hit it twice. Oh, Emperor's Fury, reroll your attack roll.
What?
I'm not kidding, this is a mechanic, reroll your attack roll. You have a chance for something called Emperor's Fury. And you hit on your second one, cool. So you actually get to add that second 14 damage. Not all 14 of it, I think. It is totally just a flat extra hit. So your second shot actually did 24 explosive damage. No, 29. Sorry. Did my math wrong.
What page is this on?
Emperor's Fury? I don't recall off the top of my head. I just remember reading it going, oh, so that's how crits work.
All right, and it is dead.
Does it just disappear into the warp.
Yeah, as the shells impact, this thing just lets out a scream and just disappears back into a warp rift.
It's called Righteous Fury, by the way.
Oh, Righteous Fury? Okay, that would explain it.
So congratulations on killing your first demon, guys.
Seems I need to get one of those pistols.
Did you like the second part? If the additional damage roll also results in the natural 10,
The die explodes.
yeah, it
Again.
keeps exploding until you stop rolling 10s. My favorite part is weapons that roll 2d10 explode if either of them roll a 10.
Yeah. All right, so that was your encounter in the warp. So Ryan, try to bring us out of warp at Marwall.
See how much they fucking hate me again. You said I'm at an additional. What's my penalty coming out?
Coming out at Marwall, you're at a negative
Yeah.
60.
In addition to the normal penalties,
Yes.
Ow!
we all gotta die. Well, hang on. Let's see. So, if I'm at a negative 60, the normal penalty for that is just minus 20 coming out of warp. So I'm actually at a minus 80, which puts me at a net total of negative 8. However, I only rolled a 21, so it's only 2 degrees of failure.
Wait. Does the Eldar thingy?
It does. It does. So that is merely a failure.
All right, so as your ship tries to transit out of warp, you actually, like, Ryan, the ship starts groaning. It's like you're basically trying to fly through a wall at speed. Like, your nose actually starts to buckle in on the ship.
That sucks, but I'm not aware that there's anything we can do about that.
You can attempt to redirect and go back into the warp, basically, and not transition out.
Okay, I suppose this is kind of where the question comes in. Does it feel like we're just not going to be able to get out? Like, what's going on?
It
Or
feels...
is this
You think you might be able to push through it, but the ship will take significant damage transitioning into real space here.
just for a flat failure with no degrees? Damn.
Yeah. There's something, you have never encountered tech like this, but there is something in the Morwall system that prevents things from the warp from entering space here.
I guess we'll divert because this isn't even our ship.
Well, and screw it being our ship or not, I really don't want a damaged ship.
We don't really have a good place to take port and repair this thing.
Yes, that's really the more important thing. And we really don't want to eat up what goodwill we have at Footfall. So yeah, I'll stop. I guess we'll stop the transition to warp. The transition out. Are we capable of doing that? Or
basically, because what happened here is, as you tried to open the rift to real space, it wouldn't stabilize. So your ship started to crinkle because of that. Like, it couldn't pass through it, but you can move out of you can not go through that rift.
we couldn't have just chosen not to fly through an unstable warp rift?
Well, your ship didn't take damage. This is you choosing not to go through it.
Okay, because you had already said the front had started to crinkle. That's why I was confused.
Quickly, as in it's groaning like a ship. Imagine those World War II subs when it starts to get near crush depth.
Okay, that makes way more
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, this is
It's
you choosing
flexing.
not to go through it. That's why your ship's taking 0 damage.
Yeah, when I heard crinkle, I was picturing, like what happens to an aluminum can when it's already crushed.
No, I was
No.
thinking like in those World War II flicks where as you're starting to approach crush depth, the whole ship starts groaning.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess we'll attempt to divert. Fuck it. We'll attempt to divert to Cinder Hall. So do I guess, make a new navigation roll? Like, how do you want to handle this?
Just make me another roll, basically another warp navigation, just to try to just plot the new course to Cinder Hall. You still get the bonuses from the Astronomicon and everything because you're still in warp.
So the nothing from the Astronomicon. Well, that's another fate point, which is good thing I have 3, because that was a fucking 97. Can't win for losing, 99. No more fate points.
Okay, then.
Well, let's see.
You guys are going somewhere.
Not Cinder
Yeah,
Hall. I don't think.
Yeah, that's just fucking awful luck. That's all it is.
It's okay.
Seriously, rolling a 97, fate pointing, then rolling a 99.
That's ridiculous. Oh well, makes it more fun.
See you guys in Stomp Gets.
All
Well,
right. So Ryan, you actually notice the warp has twisted. Like, to be, you're guessing it's because ships don't usually divert away from their warp rifts. It's screwed with your navigation, and the warp is constantly shifting. You see that you're heading straight towards the rifts of Hecaton. However, you notice through your third eye there is a gravity well short of the rifts of Hecaton, and you're passing it. You can transition out of warp here rather than go into the warp storm.
Yeah, we'll give that a shot. See, this is a 44. That is a much more reasonable roll to be making. It is still a fair... No, it is not a failure at all, because the plus 20 from the rune thing. So no, that is a pass with a degree of success.
All right, so you guys come out of warp. Let me make a mark where you are. You're not at any of these systems.
You make a little circle if you hold Alt if you go to draw shape. And you can draw shape and hold Alt for a circle. And you make about the size of a planet. Nice.
So you come out of warp there. Like, you guys are close enough in, like, at long distance, like just on the edge of space, you can see the warp storm, the rifts of Hecaton. So
That doesn't,
everybody on the ship breathes a sigh of relief.
doesn't seem like I'll be throwing a picnic over there anytime soon. However,
You good in there, Praetus?
Been better.
Praetus is clenching a little.
hey Praetus, I'm hungry. You want something to eat? I would just walk off to the kitchen.
Are you asking this over the intercom, or...
Yes.
Okay. Maybe in a bit.
So you guys come out at the edge of a 3-planetary system. Basically, the second planet actually has an atmosphere. The other 2 do not. And Ryan, this system is not on any charts you've seen before.
Okay, I'll have Steven run a scan once I get back to the bridge.
He says the second planet has a breathable atmosphere, but he's not detecting any life on it, nor signs of technology.
Hmm.
I keep forgetting to put the asterisk into that.
I'm not in my quarters anymore.
That's
Yeah.
why I'm. Oh, didn't mention that I was asking it over the comms, personal comms.
So, what are you guys doing? You have to wait 6 hours for your drive cores to cool, obviously.
Okay, and how close are we to this planet?
It would probably take you a good day to fly into it.
How are our supplies doing?
You're getting low, but you're still okay. You've still probably got another couple weeks. And by a couple, I mean like 3 or 4 weeks, so a month basically of supplies left. Extended supply vaults. Go gadget.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, if we're only a day from the planet, we could go check it out.
So you guys flying into the planet then?
No one's like objecting or giving an
Okay.
opinion.
So you guys fly in and you put yourselves in orbit around the second planet in the system. Steven
Planet?
scans the planet. Carso, you're not picking up any sign of science here, other than the massive static you're getting off the rifts. So Steven scans the planet. He says he can't pick up any traces of life, but the mineral contents are holy shit.
Do elaborate.
Uh, this planet has huge quantities of valuable minerals in it.
This is when we find out after sending an expedition team down, probably not us, that it's a death world, and that's why it's not being mined.
I think it's more likely it's because it's not on any sort of chart or anything. It's an
Yeah,
unknown.
Ryan, you know from navigators, like there hasn't been much mapping of the accursed Demezes, so it's highly possible no one even knows the system exists, especially this close to the rifts.
Well, both spoken from experience. In this case, neither of us is wrong, but you're probably more correct.
Yeah, it's one of the things that this is the navigator's playground.
That was spoken in character.
Then I'll just rephrase what I said with a slightly more posh accent. Yes, well, this is more of a navigator's field as it is.
Yeah, fair play. Carcel, sandwich, it's here.
And Ryan, your character would know the policies that you can lay claim to an unclaimed planet as. And Nora, you would be the other one that would know this. Rogue traders can lay claim to unclaimed planets.
Mm-hmm. How do we go about that? How would I obviously know that? Do I have to roll like common lore or whatever?
You know that. So basically, it's not like you effectively put a buoy in orbit saying it's yours, and then when you get back to an Imperial world, you file the proper paperwork that it's yours. And then what you want to do with it is your business, mining operations, colonies. That's a separate thing. That's trying to find people to do that. But actually just claiming, like sticking your flag in the rock, that's fairly simple. You leave a marker buoy saying it's yours, and then you go to the closest Imperial world and file the paperwork. And then there they check their star charts, make sure no one else has found that world, make sure it's not already claimed. And Ryan, you would know this because as the navigator, you would have to go with to give the basically astrogation coordinates for it so they can check their records and make sure it's not already claimed.
Yeah.
And there is an entire section in the books that deals with how to set up a planet.
Yes, and in fact, this sounds like Endeavor territory.
It does sound like you may have stumbled upon an endeavor if you want it.
Well, definitely. Can we get any read on what type of minerals they are, or?
He says they're kind of the general building block materials of circuitry and things. So we're talking gold and the like of that.
Okay.
And sensors, your sensors aren't really rigged to do specific geological scans, but what you can pick up, it's just there are veins of this crap all through the planet.
Well, awesome. And it's reasonably easy to mine too, because it's got the nitrogen, oxygen atmosphere or whatever. It's got a breathable atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly Earth perfect, but someone could breathe on that planet.
Good enough. As long as it's not populated by, I don't know, tremors.
So I'm assuming we have some type of marker buoy.
Yeah, your ship has some. All ships have them for various purposes, leaving warning beacons in orbit of dangerous worlds. Things like this for rogue traders, leaving markers in orbit. All ships have some level of them.
Okay, well, I will stick my name on the planet.
And which one of these planets is it?
It's the red circle. You guys have to come up with a name.
Oh, okay.
This is your system. This is, I will tell you now, it has not been charted before, so you guys have to come up with a name for your planetary system.
Sextopia. We shall colonize it as a pleasure world.
Really? Because I was thinking mining world.
Hey,
Funny
the miners got to have something to do on their off time. Keep morale high on the planet, you know?
Ryan, do you happen to know off the top of your head which book it is in? The colonization of planets?
No idea at all. I would assume that would be in the core rulebook.
You would assume so. I will find this while you guys are coming up with what the hell you're going to name this. Unless we want to break here and come back next week at this spot.
I'd kind of like to do that because I really have no idea what we should name the planet. And I'm starting to get tired, and I don't think that's going to be conducive to figuring it out.
Agreed.
And Ryan was correct. It is actually in the core book. And since it does sound like you guys are interested in making this an endeavor, I will have the endeavor requirements by next week. To setting up a mining world on your new planet.
Woo woo. You just gotta think of some good names to pitch.
Ass fuck nowhere?
Exactly. That's what the Emperor preaches. Never ask fuck anywhere.
And back.
So we've decided we're going to adjourn for the night here because everyone's getting tired, and this would be a great spot to pick up next week because everyone seems to be leaning towards switching their endeavor to actually basically, well, since you guys realized Aubrey's Anvil isn't the gold mine of tech you thought it was, switching your endeavor to setting up a mining world on your newly found system.
So much yes.
Besides, I love the system for setting up planets. Like, it's actually a really well fleshed out system with like you guys balancing the needs of the colony versus how much profit factor you want out of it.
We're setting up a fortress, but it's on a planetary scale. This could be really great / cool.
Yeah, congratulations. You guys just basically got a hold of your own planet.
Mine?
Yep.
Not yours,
Yeah.
technically.
Yeah, more specifically, Nara owns her own planet now.
But we
Well,
all
yeah,
reap the
yeah.
rewards.
Yes, you do get all the rewards for it, but it has Stephanie Darkholm as the name on the planet.
Really? The planet is Stephanie Darkholm?
No, we haven't named the planet yet.
Good.
I'm just saying her name is orbiting around the planet because she claimed it.
Okay.
And then we'll have to figure out how to exploit it as a research or as a resource world and whatever.
Involving absolutely no representatives from Winterscale.
But I'm
Yes.
sure his consortium would be interested in the minerals.
I'm sure they will be, and I will pointedly ignore him and go to the next highest bidder. Just because he's officially pissed me off, and I know he's working with my counterpart, so I'm not going to help him in any way or aspect that I can possibly think of.
Or you could
Actually,
maybe
we
use
should
it to
totally-
bait him out.
We should totally just give him, basically claim, hey, we found it, and then give him the location to the processional of the damned. No, that would
Somehow.
probably be an awful. That's
Yeah, well,
probably an awful thing. Sending him to the Forge World would be a much better bet.
And then we find out that he sent out hit squads after us about not that much longer later because he already knows what those coordinates mean.
I can't wait for the rogue trader out dicking of each other to start.
Yup.
We already have Stephanie trying to outbreast the Queen of Footfall, so about time we start outdicking Winter Scale.
That's okay. Just remember, all of my body is grotesquely bloated. I got this.
And on that image, ladies and gentlemen, good night.
And adjourned.
Glad I could help.
Take it easy, guys. See you next week.
God, it's like a hornet's nest. What the hell, man?
So
I can't
sorry.
quite figure out how to reply and whisper people because it's not letting me.
/W and then start typing. Start typing the name you want. Like I typed KAR, and it came up with your name. You can press tab, and then it will say the name, and then you can type your text.
So I kept doing that, and it said cannot find a character with that name. I'm like, what the fuck?
Did you just do STEP?
Yeah.
Huh. Weird.
So you went /W space STP, right?
There you go. Worked that
There,
time.
he got it.